in a world. What up, what up, what up? We are streaming pretty late again, but it'll be all right. What's going on, Familia? Hello. I think that maybe looks better. Yeah, shout out to the people on Kick. I don't know what's going on over there though. Like I had like almost 1,000 views a couple hours after the stream, and then it went down to 200, then it popped up to like 850, then it went back down to 300. I don't even know what's going on, but we'll figure it out. Can you guys give me a feedback if there's like, I saw a comment about there was this crazy sound in the background of the stream yesterday, and I don't know if it was there the whole time, but I never saw anything in the chat about it. So if you guys hear like a crazy sound, let me know. I just unplugged everything and plugged it back in. So Kick not showing you live for me. I just checked it. I'm live on Kick, brother. It's also coming through witsigitsit.com. So if you want to super chat during the show, I will read it off. witsigitsit.com/donate in the description below. Okay, so got a few things to talk about tonight. So we got scientists can keep disappearing. We got Middle East peace deal, peace talks, and then government using weather weapons. So I don't know if you guys know, but obviously the idea is you guys can come here and I'll let you know what's going on in Clown World. Okay, so pretty crazy stuff going in Iran. So like Iranian social media accounts, they even a post from a deleted Iranian embassy account claimed that Iran had destroyed weather modification or cloud seeding facilities operated by the U.S. or Israel, allegedly ending a long-term drought in the region. Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. Now, a lot of us have known about weather modification for a while, but it's definitely not as simple as cloud seeding, which, mind you, when we tried to tell a lot of people about cloud seeding back in the day, we were crazy conspiracy theorists. But now that it's been officially recognized, it's like, oh yeah, well, we knew about that. And it's like, yeah, sort of, but you act like they didn't put the heavier chemicals in there, like it wasn't coming out of certain planes and blah, 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 blah. So the point is, I had a stream back in the day I did about that. You know what's funny? I think that I might have a video about weather weapons from back in the day. I don't see it. But anyway, there's all kinds of quotes from U.S. officials, declassified documents. We're not just talking about cloud seeding. We're talking about being able to trigger earthquakes, strengthen and steer hurricanes, trigger lightning, like crazy snowstorms, tornadoes, etc. If you think about it, that's like the most powerful weapon in the world because you have like infinite, plausible deniability. And how do you combat that? Like say an army's coming to attack you and then just a huge storm hits, it derails everything, right? Weather weapons are the most powerful weapon in the world. And when it comes to war, everything's on the table. That's a pretty crazy claim, right? So Iran claims that there were these weather modification and manipulation radars that the U.S. and Israel were controlling in the Middle East. And, Iran's been in a drought for like 10 years. They said that they were going to destroy them and then announced that they did destroy them. And what do you know? Look what starts to happen. It's wild. Like 2026, man.
یک پورنگ پاسدار 1-2-1405 خدایا شکر چه مرد دلنشین و زیبایی چه مرد
Bro, it just started snowing. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? Can we all agree? So Iran says that they destroyed weather modification radar controlled by Israel, and then it immediately started raining and snowing. Pretty crazy. Here's another video. By the way, we got the subs working on Kick, so if you want to go help a brother out and sub on Kick, we got to reach a certain amount of average concurrent viewers and subs to get a partnership over there. So people talk about the identity verification. Like, is that really that big of a deal? Like, do you still think that, I mean, do you actually believe that the government doesn't have that information? Who gave you the ID that you would be verifying your age with? Where did you get that thing? Do you not use a phone? You're watching me on something. So anyway, pretty wild stuff, man. Pretty wild stuff. So what's also interesting is what you have here. All kinds of tornadoes hit in Oklahoma. Look at that. And hit an Air Force base. Just a ton of tornadoes come down. And, you know, that place is known for tornadoes, but convenient place for it to hit. So really my question for you is, if the government was going to start unleashing weather weapons like these different governments, I mean, how would you know? You really wouldn't, right? You would just start to see a lot of crazy weather. So if you don't know about that, you can definitely go check out my stream on it. You can just literally search in my channel for weather. You'll see it. And actually, I'll play a video from there. To me, that's like so crazy. You have to be like a psychopath to like try to control the weather. Am I tripping? Isn't that like an insane thing to do? Here it is. In deja vu from when I used to edit these videos in Canva. These throwback stream, bro.
To play the trailer, I guess YouTube
crazy bright white light on. Weather modification will become a part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. U.S. Air Force document 2025 final report. Such terms include exotic weapons systems such as electronic, psychotronic, or information weapons, chemtrails, high-altitude, ultra-low frequency weapon systems, plasma, electromagnetic, sonic, or ultrasonic weapons, laser weapon systems, strategic theater, tactical, or extraterrestrial weapons, and chemical, biological, environmental, climate, or tectonic weapons. That's Congressman Dennis Kuchnick in Bill 2977. I mean, you can understand how someone will just like look super goofy to me if I'm just like showing you government documents that say that they manipulate the weather, and then the Air Force puts out a document that says owning the weather by 2025, and they explicitly state the goal of weaponizing the weather by 2025, and then people act like it's some crazy conspiracy theory, and then I'm quoting congressmen and bills that straight up reference it, like, oh, chemtrail is such a stupid word, it's not a real thing. Then why is it in government legislation? You know, like. This one's crazy. There are others who are engaging even in an eco type of terrorism whereby they can alter the climate, set off earthquakes and volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. It's real, and that's the reason we have to intensify our efforts. Can alter the climate, set off earthquakes and volcanoes remotely through the use of electromagnetic waves. It's real, and that's the reason we have to intensify our efforts. 1997. Now, that was during Hurricane Ian, and I cover all kinds of documents in that stream. It's called Hurricane Ian from 3 years ago. Pretty wild. And then I linked it in Telegram, all the documents. So we can just go ahead and get rid of the whole cogdiscope of how it's not there. So if you want to become a member and be a part of the private member stream tomorrow, then sign up on whatsitgetsit.com. You can get the description, the link, go straight to the membership. But if you go there, it's very obvious, you know, there's a memberships tab, and then there are call to action buttons everywhere. Yep, whatsitgetsit.com, and we will have a private stream tomorrow. So, okay. I just read the bill. It didn't say anything like what you claimed. You're lying. I pulled the bill up in the last stream. So, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. And I literally pulled it up in that stream and read it live. The normie argument that you're looking for is the bill is just talking about theoretical weapons. It even talks about extraterrestrial weapons. It's not claiming that they're real. There, I'll help you out with your cognitive dissonance. So it's pretty crazy because, you know, back in the day, whenever we were talking about COVID going down, right? Like, I was like, there's no way that they're going to just like let go of this much power. They shut down the world overnight. I mean, there are people that still wear masks, bro. Like they they get sick, they still take COVID tests, they still like wear a mask, they still freak out. But they couldn't just roll out another COVID 2.0. People would just not go for it, right? Like, I think COVID backfired quite a bit. A lot of people woke up. They just started to think for themselves more so because the government was so overtly lying about everything, like inflating the numbers, like literally, health officials like the one in Illinois who just straight up came up to the podium and said, just to clarify for the COVID death numbers, if someone dies for some reason unrelated to COVID, if they test positive for COVID at the time, that counts as a COVID death. Like, literally a car crash, someone could wreck a motorcycle and be decapitated and it would be counted as a COVID death. And then they're just, you guys already know, right? The whole thing was a fiasco, flooded with propaganda. And you have Event 201, they straight up ran it. There is the other event that they ran that straight up predicted everything. You have Operation Lockstep that told you everything they were going to do. Like, it's insane. It's insane, right? Event 201 straight predicted it. So the point was like, that was obviously all planned. A lot of people woke up to that, but there were those of us who were like diligently researching it immediately. Like, I did a stream right when they started talking about lockdowns and called the whole thing out. I remember we were in Discord just like researching it around the clock. We found Event 201 really quick. We found Operation Lockstep, and they just censored us. Right. They just didn't let us talk. So some people just went to the news every day. So my point is that after the fact, whether that was because people started having inexplicable ailments and illnesses and all these things, perfectly healthy people dying, they started to research it a little bit more and they found out that they were lied to. And so you can't really put that back in the bottle, right? But the methodology of control, like locking down, there's no way that they're just going to retire that. You don't pull that out and then just never do it again, right? So I was trying to think of how would they do it. And I thought the pretty obvious one that we've been conditioned to accept is like climate lockdowns, right? And they would say, I don't know, maybe you would start using a lot of weather weapons, because when the Air Force says that they want to own the weather to weaponize it, verbatim quote from the Air Force, then it would be a weather weapon, and it actually talks about like enemy combatants and triggering lightning and lightning storms and all this crazy stuff. But anyway, so if you were to have like crazy weather events, right, like tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, just all kinds of stuff happen, like crazy rainstorms, snowstorms, like what hit Texas, just a bunch of crazy things happening. And you could even just strengthen naturally occurring systems, guide them, all that. Like, just you guys get it, right? Like, if you can control the weather, you have an insane amount of control over people, even if you just, I don't know, put some people in the Middle East in a drought, right? I wonder if Israel's been in a drought. Wouldn't that be interesting if like Israel just gets its rain, but the other parts of the Middle East, they don't get any rain? So they haven't been in a drought since like 99. It says here there was a bit of a drought 2013 to 2018. Okay, anyway. So if they're like, this is a cause of climate change, right? And all of that is so stupid. Like, this isn't going to be a climate change stream, but it's so stupid, dude. Like, if you ask them, okay, well, what percentage of the carbon output are humans responsible for? It's like a fraction of 1%. And it's like, okay, how much does that change the weather? How much does the total carbon change the weather or temperature? It's like nothing. So it's laughable to claim that human input is doing anything. And of course, overwhelming evidence that carbon's actually good for the environment, right? And then you have NASA doctoring international temperature recordings all the way back to like the just straight up doctored the chart and made it all hotter than it actually was. That's how you can trust NASA. So anyway, you get it, right? It's a perfect cover. It's like, okay, so people can't keep driving their cars. We got to clamp down on transportation, etc. So my opinion here is that they are for sure at some point going to usher in the new system, right? And I made that prediction. That's still what I think, and so we're going to see if it happens, right? And I think Trump is the one that ushers that in, and I think I'm talking everything changes. Everything changes. So it's like overnight, and you really do want some type of manufactured crisis to ease this in. And there's a couple ways. One way is like something cataclysmic, and then just kind of overnight almost it's different. And that would maybe be the most efficient way, right? Because we saw with COVID or anything like that, say a war, people get scared, emotion overtakes logic. They're just like, they'll give up their freedom for security, right? Even if it's ostensible security, even if it's all just a psychological operation, whatever it is, even if it's a manufactured crisis, that's just how people are, especially now when most men don't even know how to shoot a gun, much less do they own it and are willing to die to protect the right to have it. So there's still plenty of people here that would do that in the States. But the point is, like, people would fold pretty quickly if they were scared, right? That like, daddy government, come save me, martial law, all that. I'm going to ask him, please, somebody let me know if there's any issue with my audio. Austin, are you still a flat earther? Yes, of course. Most men can't bench 135. That's pretty wild. Okay, I would hope that that's not actually true. Okay, Couples Light knows where I'm going here. So I thought it would be like with weather, and that might be like the perfect. Well, let me step back and finish what I was saying there. I think that Trump ushers in the new system. I'm talking about a completely new system, top to bottom. So I'm talking about everything changes. Everything changes. And I think that it's like going to be towards the end of this term. And I think that if we were in a state of war, it suspends elections, right? And who knows? That would be crazy, right? If he's actually like the final president, if he actually pushes for a third term, but it's not technically a third term, right? Because it's just the second term extended. It's similar to what Netanyahu's doing, where he was supposed to stand trial, but because they've just been in endless wars, it suspended elections. Because at the time of October 7th, people were protesting Netanyahu in Israel, like all on the streets, and he's wanted for specific crimes within Israel itself. Okay, so I'm talking about a new financial system. So that would be the digitalization of the dollar. We're talking about a new transportation system, like public transportation system, like a new education system, everything. And it will be presented as like a good thing. So for example, the Internet Bill of Rights, right? Like I called that before Trump came out with this idea, and he didn't actually call it that, but I don't think, but it's just like, okay, all the censorship, we need something that's going to ensure that people don't get censored online. They have free speech. And then before you know it, you've agreed to let the government control the internet and what you say on it. So I'm still sticking with that idea. I'm not gonna lie, like this is not gone exactly how I thought it would go, right? Like Trump is just like, this is insane. I mean, maybe this doesn't end up happening because he just straight up like didn't do anything he claimed he would do, and it's almost like they're just trying to rub it in your face that Israel runs America and there's nothing you can do about it, and whatever. I did kind of think that Trump was going to be cast into the world play as the hero. So he would have to make a pretty extreme 180 and pull this out somehow, but who knows? I've never seen them have a better opportunity to do that, except for with Donald Trump, who gets away with things that no one else ever. Do you think Obama could have got away with just going to war and then being like, well, we're not going to call it a war for legal purposes, and then like smugly laugh about it because it means it violates the Constitution if it's a war, because you need Congress to actually declare the war, right? I mean, we're just going to call it a conflict. It's a war, right? So anyway, the energy, or like the weather weapon thing is like such a good cover, because you just plausible deniability. We didn't do that. Like all these crazy weather events, kind of like day after tomorrow type of idea, that's just like, bro, that's just happening because of climate change. That's not the government doing it. Are you crazy conspiracy theorist? Are you a crazy person? And how do you prove it? How do you prove the government does it? I mean, you can see all kinds of like crazy radar activity and anomalies and stuff like that. But that's why this idea coming out of Iran, like openly saying that they're attacking the weather manipulation radars, and then all of a sudden it starts raining and snowing after a 10-year drought, is crazy. That is pretty wild, right? So I don't really know how you can dismiss that. I mean, what can you claim? Like they're lying, but they made it rain and snow? Or, I mean, they came out and said it before it started raining and snowing. So you can't really claim that they just saw the weather and then retroactively took credit for it. So to me, that's a pretty crazy situation. But anyway, the point here is we see with the Strait of Hormuz, $100 a barrel is like a manufactured energy crisis. And at that rate, right, Australia was about to just be totally cooked. Like Australia's in a pretty vulnerable position here where something like 80% of their country is reliant on oil coming in. And I think something like 1/3 of the world's oil comes through there. Now, like we covered this in last night's stream, that's actually super archaic. We really shouldn't be using oil for energy anyway. People think like solar power is the future, and really solar power is also very limited, in my opinion, because energy is just the background. It is everywhere. It is infinite. Quite literally, it is infinite, right? You couldn't use the amount of energy that is accessible, but they've lied to you about how all of that works, about what electricity is, about what the ether is, what the earth is, etc. Okay. However they pull it off, they can create a manufactured energy crisis, and they can also combine that with crazy weather anomalies and events, right? And then if you had enough natural disasters and shortage of energy, you would just swoop in and say, okay, we have to lock down. We have to the whole world, if the whole world agrees right now that overnight we're just going to not leave our house for a second, then everything will go down. Now, they'd have to claim that happened during COVID, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they probably did make that claim that was like good for the climate or whatever, but climate lockdowns, right? I predicted this a while back, and now I see, a manufactured energy crisis would be way more efficient. It'd just be like, well, we literally don't have oil for everybody. Then you see the government lockdown. They're kind of preconditioning people to accept, because that's the way the psychological operations work now, right? It's very gradual, and they're subconsciously conditioning your mind to bypass critical thinking. And this isn't declassified documents. That's how they do it now. It's much more sophisticated. They've mapped out how the brain works, how decision-making works, how retainment of information works, how the general assessment of information actually sifts through all of your critical thought, like your decision-making process. I mean, simply put. So they're clearly, in my opinion, conditioning people to accept the privatization of public transportation. So that sounds like a good thing, right? I mean, I, for one, am not pro big government. I'm pro limited government. I'm not a full-blown anarchist or anything like that, but I am more in like a liberalism type of basket, although I don't really play the politics game. But I do believe that ideological positions as to how the society is run should be discussed and implemented by the men of the society, because it has to run somehow, and women and children need to be, protected and all that, and provided for, taken care of. So that's a bit of a nuanced idea there. Like, should we really just tap out of politics altogether? Well, the current political system that we are under is completely scripted, completely controlled, top to bottom. At the same time, if you just completely take the L and don't voice any type of opinion, if you don't even address or acknowledge the decisions being made, then they win that way, right? Because if they didn't need your approval or consent for anything, then they wouldn't even play the whole game. They would just say, shut up, sit down, this is what's going to happen. And they do kind of do that. Once people think they vote, all the politicians just then betray them and nothing ever changes, right? But they still get people every few years with the same spell that they think they're about to make some significant change, right? Okay, so if you look at like the government shutdown over the Save America Act or whatever it's called, the SAVE Act, I think it's called, them not agreeing, if the government gets shut down, and then, a few weeks ago, all the TSA agents got laid off. And then Elon comes in and he's talking about, and of course, whatever Elon says can get millions of views instantly around the world, right? On X. And he comes in and says that he's willing to pay the TSA employees like salaries during the time period that the government shuts down. And so they're going ahead and setting up this idea of the privatization of, say, airports, right? Because they'd be like, well, we don't have to rely on the government anymore. If it shuts down, if they can't get their act together, whatever, we don't need that. We can just like have private security. We can privatize transportation. And what will happen then is you will be cooked. They will completely own transportation. The government is actually a good thing in many ways, and people don't understand that. Like the post office, for example, the post office is, well, you use Owen Benjamin, right? Like they were censoring him on everything, but they couldn't stop him from getting super chats in his PO box through the post office because they had to do that. They had to deliver his mail to his post or his PO box. All right, they couldn't stop that. The post office is like a super based system. In fact, right? It's like a very freedom oriented type of system, and the government kind of ensures that freedom of communication regardless of what private companies are doing. Who was censoring Owen? Private companies. Who was making you wear a mask to go in a store? Private companies. Who was kicking you off of social media platforms so that you couldn't speak and call out what was going on during COVID? Private companies. So actually the private monopolies is the way that they strip your rights. Ironically, right, the public system protects your rights. I mean, that's actually how it works. So while I am not pro big government, I don't like the government that we have. We are not in a position to feasibly transition to some type of anarcho-capitalist, flip it on its head paradigm. We're just not. The private companies that run every sector of life right now, certainly in America, they're way too powerful. Way too powerful. And so the whole magic trick that's about to happen, and who knows how they pull it off, if they do like 15 different things, whatever. This is the magic trick. Convince the people to remove their liberal protection. So remove the protection of their liberty via government and demand for their own downfall via the demand of privatization. And it's going to work pretty brilliantly, because how would you do that? Well, you would just have the government be insanely corrupt, insanely incompetent and inefficient, keep betraying the people. And they're going to be like, dude, we just need to get government out of everything. Let's get rid of the Department of Education, which I'm not against that. Certainly when it comes to all the propaganda that our children are being fed, I think that children should be homeschooled. So, and like, I know it's not necessarily feasible for everyone. Well, there should be systems put in place that can kind of help people in communities get together. And then there's a couple moms that, have an aptitude for teaching or whatever, that help that community of children. Something, right? Something. I am all for the privatization of education. I do think that the government, or at least leave it in the hands of the state. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any. Obviously, that was all orchestrated to make people stupider, right? Like if the state education was run with good intentions, then obviously it could be a good thing. But okay, do you get how can I get a link through to Austin? You can drop it in the Misswitch chat and Telegram. So t.me/misswits. What sucks is we were about to launch an X community, and I guess they're like deleting them now. It's pretty wild. Okay. So you guys get my point though, right? Like they're going to shift us over to the private sector, and then you're going to have people like Peter Thiel just sitting there waiting. And this is all script. It's all script, and it'll be done under the guise of freedom. Let's get the government out of our business, because I'm all for getting the government out of our business when it comes to like, unalienable, right? You can't place a lien on them, right? So inalienable rights, as people say. But there are basic freedoms that need to be protected by the government. Like that's actually what the Second Amendment is. It's not the government saying you have permission to do something. It's saying like the government is not allowed to do anything to prohibit this freedom. If anything, it's supposed to protect it against any threat to it, right? So anyway, that's the general premise of the system, is that we put into it and then it protects us and provides us what we need. Natty Bumpo, welcome back. Thank you so much for the super chat. So my point here is, I'm not just going to be very redundant. I'm just letting you know, I think that's pretty clearly what's going to happen. And we're going to get a new financial system, a new surveillance system, a new transportation system, a new education system, a new everything. And again, if we're in a time of war, then elections get suspended and Trump doesn't go anywhere. And think about it. Do you think like Trump's pretty old? Do you think that he really cares? Like he'd probably rather just die in office or something. Like he views himself as like a king, right? So who knows? I mean, that's what I think. Oh, Beast says Beast just gifted 5 subs. Yo, shout out to Beasticles. That's what I say, but I think it's Beasticles. What a legend. What a legend. Thank you, brother. You popped us up towards the goal super fast, man. Thank you. Okay. Shout out to all the legends that are on Kick and everyone that's helping with the subs. That's going to help us eventually get approved there is the idea. Okay. So that's kind of the thing with the weather weapons. I mean, we had a bunch of crazy tornadoes. They came through Oklahoma and then they hit the Air Force, an Air Force base. Could be a coincidence. Obviously, Oklahoma is known for tornadoes, right? But what's interesting is it just comes on the heels of here's a video. It comes on the heels of, again, Iran saying that they were about to attack weather manipulation radar that was run by the U.S. and Israel in the Middle East. They had been like a 10-year drought. They attack it. It starts raining and snowing. I mean, that's pretty wild. So as far as I can tell, that literally just happened. All right, let's check this out. Whoa, buddy. Secret space program. You guys are like, so that's HAARP, if you're not familiar, pretty old news there. They send frequencies up into the sky. You know, one would argue maybe messing with a firmament.
آمریکا که مدعی این کارو بلده و این کارو انجام میده و با ما
So Iran says America has begun engaging in weather terrorism. Bruh. I was going to say, like, Iran has the motivation to tell the truth about most of these things right now, out of the two parties, right? Like, let's just be honest. It's not like there's not plenty of dirt in the U.S. and Iran's putting out these Lego videos saying stuff that like all the people really think. They're pretty smart. They're just watching X, seeing what people weren't happy with, and then they're just talking about it. But this is pretty wild. Israel and the U.S. possess the ability to cause a drought. They have been employing weather warfare for 40 years. He reveals satellite data shows clouds coming in from the Mediterranean that should enter Iran suddenly shift from their course. I don't care how many people say this is normal. I say it is not. Lake Urmia is dried up. Weather weapons is a very real thing. Our own Air Force straight up put out a document saying they were going to own the weather by 2025. That is a stated goal of the U.S. Air Force. It is 2026 now, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, what they put out was way behind what they actually have. That's just a way to make a public announcement that's like, let's normalize the fact that we're going to weaponize the weather. Pretty wild. And again, that's like the perfect weapon. Its plausible deniability is infinite.
این کشور اسرائیل و کشور آمریکا که مدعی این کارو بلده و این کارو انجام میده و با ما سر دشمنی داره 40 و چند سال آروم داره این کارو انجام میده. من مطمئنم و به قاطعیت میگم چرا؟ چون از تصاویر ماهواره میبینیم ابر جهتش تغییر میکنه. هزار بیان بگن آقا ما اینا طبیعیه، نه طبیعی نیست. وان پر آب، درش ارومیان خوش شده.
این تصاویر ماهواره دقیقاً چی رو نشون میده؟
ابری که از سمت مدیترانه میاد بالا، مثلا باید داخل کشور ما بشه، آروم از سمت ترکیه میره وارد آذربایجان میشه و میره بالا، میره سمت ارمنستان. این کشور اسرائیل و کشور آمریکا که مدعی این کارو بلده و این کارو انجام میده و با ما سر دشمنی داره 40 و چند سال آروم داره این کارو انجام میده. من مطمئنم و به قاطعیت میگم چرا؟ چون از تصاویر ماهواره میبینیم ابر جهتش تغییر میکنه. هزار بیان بگن آقا ما اینا طبیعیه، نه طبیعی نیست. وان پر آب، دریاچه ارومیه خشک شده.
این تصاویر ماهواره دقیقاً چی رو نشون میده؟
ابری که از سمت مدیترانه میاد بالا، مثلا باید داخل کشور ما بشه، آرام آرام از سمت ترکیه میره وارد آذربایجان میشه و میره بالا، میره سمت ارمنستان.
I had to run downstairs real fast. It's just cool. It's all over X, people talking about it. See what we got here.
Looking for oil in the ground. I found 26 oil wells over a 9-state area, and 100% of the time was accurate with just 30 watts of power beaming straight into solid rock. HARP uses 1 billion watts beamed straight into the ionosphere for experiments. Picture these strings on the piano as layers of the earth. Each one has its own frequency. What we used to do is beam radio waves into the ground, and it would vibrate any strings that were present in the ground. We might get a sound back like, and we'd say, that's natural gas. We might get a sound back like, and we say that's crude oil. We were able to identify each frequency. We accomplished this with just 30 watts of radio power. If you do this with 2 billion watts, the vibrations are so violent that the entire piano would shake. In fact, the whole house would shake. In fact, the vibrations could be so severe underground that could even cause an earthquake.
Well, we just straight up saw the government talking about how they can create earthquakes. So that's not too crazy, is it? We're going to cover this for a bit.
Used as a form of warfare. And we know that. We have countries like Iran, constantly demonized, of course, as you well know. Immediately after 9/11, we have the list of countries to be targeted given to General Wesley Clark, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even occurred. Subsequently, every one of those countries, every one of them, was endured a once in 1,000 year drought. Statistically, mathematically, that's impossible without climate intervention operations. And we have the leader of Iran on the floor of the UN, on film, on the record, stating NATO was cutting off their precipitation. We have Iranian top scientists recently stating NATO's been doing this for 40 years. Destabilize the food supply by destabilizing the rain, and you destabilize the population. And Tucker, they're being used as a form of warfare. And we know that. We have countries like Iran,
that is wild,
constantly demonized, of course, as you well know. Immediately after 9/11, we have the list of countries to be targeted given to General Wesley Clark, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even occurred. Subsequently, every one of those countries, every one of them, was endured a once in 1,000 year drought. Statistically, mathematically, that's impossible without climate.
If that's true, that's crazy. I have not fact checked that. All right, here we go. I got into this guy with this guy about FE, trying to debate him about it, but
you know, you may not be aware of this, but Tehran was almost made uninhabitable by drought, and the drought was engineered in part by U.S. radar systems that were blasting energy to ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran and to actually cause a drought. It's just classic geoengineering, multiple ways to achieve this. But what has happened is that since those large radar installations around the Persian Gulf have been destroyed by Iranian drones, the rain...
Mind you, especially if you know some of the stuff we talked about last night, everything is electric. So it makes literally no sense that you wouldn't be able to control the weather so effortlessly. And if, you know, maybe we'll get into some of the documents here in a little bit, but for example, let's do this. Let me show you. Did you know, right, that it's well known that we don't fully understand how clouds work? And if you just think about kind of what they claim about gravity, that, you know, clouds are pretty wild, right? Okay, let's... let's check out. I'm sure there's a video real fast here. It's talking about. Oh, I will show you this since it popped up.
This is the shuttle's fuel tank. It may only be
This is a video from NASA like 7 years ago.
130 miles to space, but to cover that distance, the engines will use 500,000
15 years
gallons
ago.
of fuel. And that works out at 2 feet to the gallon. Despite the cost, however, NASA does need to test these engines once in a while. So they built this place in the wetlands of Mississippi. The first thing they installed was a huge loudspeaker, through which they played white noise to simulate the sound of a rocket. They then sent a number of trucks in different directions out into the wilderness, and the drivers were ordered to stop when the noise levels became acceptable. This gave them an imaginary boundary line.
Dang, sorry. I'm super used to listening to everything on 2x.
And anyone living on the inside of it was offered a simple choice. Stay, and you'll never hear another television program as long as you live. Or take the NASA shilling and get out.
Here we go. Let's fast forward.
Because the noise they were planning on making would wake the dead. Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And, as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, the most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
So anyway, the point I was making to you is that clouds are actually electrostatic. And this is well known. And basically what happens, there's a polarization of the charge, and they claim it's negative and positive. There's no such thing as negative and positive in nature, right? I mean, there's charging and discharging. That's the reality of it. That's a whole stream, right? But we say negative charge, positive charge, they attract each other. Okay, well, they accelerate towards each other because one is charging, one is discharging. So one needs the other, right? Like if a system has excess charge and the other system has a lack of charge, well, they need each other, right? The system that doesn't have enough charge needs the system that has excess charge. So one's discharging, one is charging, and they migrate towards each other. It's similar to the misnomer about magnetic attraction, right? Like magnets don't attract. They're not like, there's not some like magical beam that just floats out of a magnet and pulls something in towards it. That's not how it works. There isn't a pulling mechanism. What happens is you have two magnetic fields. It's basically mediating pressure out around it. So like if you envision like a donut, right? There's a donut, the magnet's in the middle of that donut. It's just pushing the pressure out away from it as it starts to circulate within its field. It's just mediating pressure. The other magnet is mediating pressure. And then what happens is the magnets accelerate towards the middle point where that pressure is being pushed away from, the null pressure point. So magnets accelerate towards each other. Positive and negative charge accelerate towards each other because one is charging, one is discharging. We just say positive and negative for, intents and purposes, for convenience sake, mathematically, etc. Okay, so that's what controls the mechanisms of rain and clouds. And this is well known. Same with lightning, right? And you have basically the charging component of the cloud, what they would claim positive, that starts to migrate to one side of the cloud, etc. They start to interact, and then eventually it causes rain. Clouds are intrinsically electrostatic. In that document that I showed you, or I referenced, the Air Force document, the 2025 document, when they talk about triggering rain and lightning, it's literally by deploying electrostatic discharge into clouds, like just straight up in the government document. And of course it is because everything is intrinsically electric. So that is what they're using to do this. So yeah, you could absolutely have a radar that puts out electromagnetic signals, which, mind you, that's what radar is. That's what radio waves. Radio waves are just light. What is light? They claim it's neither electric nor magnetic, and then it's a little photon. Trust me, bro, but sometimes it's a wave. It's a photon and a wave. At the same time, it's a particle wave duality, and it's there, but it's not there. But trust me, bro, it's there because if we put it in our model and we count it as though it's there, it's totally there. And what I won't I won't get all into this, okay? But look, photons don't actually exist, right? The phenomenon is real. The model isn't real. There aren't little light paintballs pelting you in the eye when you look at the sun. That isn't how it works. You have an electric field. You have a magnetic field. They intersect each other. Where they intersect, they call that a photon, right? It's like if you laid a string of spaghetti on the counter and took another one and made an X, if you pointed in the middle of the X and you were like, there's a spaghetti-ton there, I promise, there's like a little bitty miniature ball. You can't see it, but trust me, it's there. No, there's two strings of spaghetti, right? So they claim that light's neither electric nor magnetic, but it's fundamentally like its constituent parts are the electric field and the magnetic field, just oscillating electric and magnetic fields. So anyway, light, radio wave, same thing, just different parts of the spectrum, right? Visible light, invisible light, same thing. It's all the same thing. And the reality is it's all the ether. Everything's the ether. You're the ether. The matter's the ether. The energy's the ether. The electricity, the electrostatics, the light. Everything is different modalities of the primary element. So, not to fall too much into, not to get too sidetracked. The point is that, of course, you could interact with the electric nature of clouds and their mechanism of raining, which is intrinsically electrostatic, with radar that's emitting EM. Right? EMF. So it's like, of course you could make it go the other way. The same way that positive and negative, quote unquote, go towards each other, negative and negative go away from each other. If you had two positive systems, quote unquote, that they have positive charge, what it actually is, again, is one system, well, they're both positive, so both of the systems are charging. And so they have like an excess of charge. They don't need each other, right? Like, this system has positive charge. This system has positive charge. They both have too much charge. They don't need each other. If anything, they need an area where they can, get rid of some of their excess charge. And yes, I'm intentionally using very simple terms. If you can't explain it simply, you don't really understand it. And if your explanation can't be simplified, then it's incorrect. So no, they don't literally need something as if they were sentient, right? But everything is seeking equilibrium. Like the one true natural law is all systems seek equilibrium. That's just the way that it is. And I think there's like a beautiful spiritual component to that, because like that's kind of what your soul is trying to do. You go through life and you're just kind of looking to finally get to equilibrium, and eventually you rest, and everything's seeking equilibrium to get to a state of rest. But nothing is truly at rest if it's in this physical world, because everything is fundamentally made up of a little like electrostatic charge, which is vibration, displacement. So like even if like this remote may sit on my hand still, but inside of it, it's all vibrating, right? Okay. So the point is you have the cloud, right? And if you were to interact with the EM of the cloud with specific frequencies of radar, then you'd be able to just repel it, send it different ways. Super simple, right? And if you've looked into some of this, like people have monitored radar and it's so blatantly manipulated, you will literally see the radar just shoot out, right? Like basically a ripple on the radar will come out, and then weather systems will just move the other way. They straight up deflect weather systems. So let's check out what's going on in the world today, because I did not know this, and this is pretty crazy, right? That there,
you may not
systems, apparently there's a history of it, and if you go all the way back to 9/11, the list of countries that Israel has beef with and wants to use their slave United States to take out, which we've taken them all out except for Iran. And of course, that's what we're now doing, is going to take care of Iran for Israel. They all immediately had like a once in a lifetime or once in like a millennium drought. If that's true, that's insane. So anyways,
not be aware of this, but Tehran was almost made uninhabitable by drought. And the drought was...
someone asking, you can super chat on witsitgetsit.com. There's a link. I'll pin it in the chats, witsitgetsit.com/donate. But when you go to witsitgetsit.com, you'll just see a place to support the show. You can input your message there. It pops up on my little creator portal that I built within the site, and I'll be able to read off all the super chats that come through the site. If you're going to support the channel, that is the preferred method, is kick subs or super chats. You can send your message or sign up, become a member. You can become a member for as cheap as $5, and you'll get into the group chats. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Engineered in part by US radar systems that were blasting energy to ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran and to actually cause a drought. It's just classic geoengineering, multiple ways to achieve this. But what has happened is that since those large radar installations around the Persian Gulf have been destroyed by Iranian drones, the rains have returned. And now in the last week or so, we have really record rains in Tehran and what was almost uninhabitable. I mean, literally last year, they almost had to think about evacuating large sections of the city, a city of 9 or 10 million people. Now they have plenty of water. Of course, their infrastructure has been destroyed in part and bombed by the United States because of the kinetic war. But the geoengineering war was another kind of warfare. Of course, their infrastructure has suffered an extensive amount of damage due to the kinetic war being waged against Iran by the United States. But the geoengineering war was just another layer on top of that. So the reason I want to mention this is because the globalist deep state of Western civilization, it wages war on so many levels. There's engineered famine, there's engineered energy scarcity, there's pesticides and herbicides to cause cancer and depopulation, there's weaponized, ticks that cause Lyme disease. There's
Can we stay on topic here? I will show you guys this though real fast. So it took me a minute to build this, but I think it's going to be something really dope because we can natively host our member only streams and stuff like that. We don't have to worry about anything being censored. And then Kick, as far as I know, is not going to censor me. I haven't seen them censoring anyone else. They may artificially suppress me. I don't know. But if you're on a computer, if you can open up another tab and have Kick running, that would be awesome. Like if you prefer YouTube, if you can just open the stream up in Kick, because, for 30 hours of streaming, I need to average 75 concurrent viewers at least. So, we got like 400 people watching the stream. If you can help go over to Kick and open up that extra window, that's going to help me out a ton. Okay, so I'll show you guys real fast. StreamYard, dude, I used to use this. They could have done a lot more with it by now, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like you can only have one screen shared at a time. That's the stupidest thing. And they upped the price like $1 quadrillion. Okay, here we go. Just to show you guys how this works here. All right, so since we're live, it's going to let you know. You can come up here and you can be notified, right? When I go live, see notifications, you'll be alerted when the stream goes live. You can go to the calendar, right? And I have a bunch of stuff I haven't saved the final version yet and put it out, but this will update daily. So you'll just click on here. It'll tell you what's going on. I had all the streams pre-listed, but I'm going to do them individually. So it'll actually show you the stream that's coming up that night. I have an appearance on a podcast Sunday, for example, that'll be up there tomorrow. Another couple podcasts the next week. So any debates, live streams, or appearances will be in the calendar. So that's pretty cool. Come over here. If you want to get a membership, you can come up straight through the site, which is, if you're not a member yet, this is the best way to do it for sure. If you are already a member, connect your Patreon, connect your Ko-fi. I'm going to run this pretty fast so we can get back to the show. But the reason this is super dope is you come here and these are going to be member only streams, right? So I'm obviously signed into my owner account. You can always watch the stream here. So that's pretty cool. Visit Kick for HD. And here will be member only streams. That'll be natively hosted. And so you get it. You also get like messages and whatever tier you're in. You have the group chat of that tier and all the lower ones. So yeah, pretty cool. Then you can DM me or any other members, blah, blah, blah. So if you want to super chat, here you go. This is the best way to super chat. Put in your message and it goes straight to me, and then I'm able to read it immediately. Okay. Now you know. So let's go back. Dude, they gotta fix that. I shouldn't have to like share one screen at a time. You know, we'll have OBS up and running before the end of the weekend, so it's all good. All right, cool.
You know, everything that you can imagine. There's some kind of weaponized system. The vaccines were weaponized. You know, the information is weaponized by the regime against the people. They roll out many of the same weapons against the American people that they're using against enemy nations like Iran. So, for example, there's weather control that happens in the United States, all on purpose. You know, storms, hurricanes that can be steered into striking certain locations, floods and droughts that can compromise the food supply domestically. Remember that the global elite, they need to run on scarcity, and that scarcity has to be engineered and reinvigorated really from time to time. They need scarcity to create control.
Brother, you gave some good information at the beginning about the topic, but you're not talking about that right now. Let's see if I can see all the people that have subbed. I'm going to show you guys some love because you're helping me out a lot. So, whoa. Top gifters, PhD's nuts. Check them out. Shout out to you, Beasticles. Dude, I gifted one and I'm in the top 3. We gotta do better than that. I'll kick it with what's it on Kick. JTube sucks. I agree. They just have a monopoly on everything. Okay, cool. But one thing's for sure, though, we're going to pop off a crazy stream. I mean, a crazy debate on Kick within the, you know, hopefully the next week. People always back out, but hopefully the next week. Something else, I'm updating the website as I go, but I'm going to put like a submission portal. You're going to have to be a member to submit, though, because obviously I get bombarded by trolls all the time. But anyone that's got, because everyone's obviously like, kind of my bread and butter is debating, and I haven't debated in so long. Like I'm ready to go. I want to start debating again. And without saying too much, right? I did kind of cover this when I came back. Like me being offline this whole time wasn't really voluntary. Like it technically was, but it was me just prioritizing my daughters and, you know, just imagine like kind of worst case scenario drama and all this stuff. It's like, you know, it just is what it is. So now we're back online and I've kind of like, I've lost touch with a ton of people, and I won't say too much, but you know, from the last I heard, MDD, like, because I was supposed to go to DebateCon at MDD, and I had previously decided not to say this publicly, but I will now. I was supposed to go at DebateCon in Nashville for Modern Day Debate, and then they pulled out like last minute, and it has to do with rumors that are not true. And you know, I chose not to publicly refute them with specificity or to go into detail or to talk about it. So that's the reason that I haven't been on MDD. If you guys remember, like I held that channel down so much that MDD would hit me up like last minute for all kinds of debates, and I would always pull through for them. Yo, bro, that Max guy is covering you right now for real, for real. That Max guy, I don't know who that is. Light Talk 5418. What they have weaponized is fear. I'm an old lady, 76, and I agree with everything you've been telling us for years. God bless you and the children, young man. Thank you so much. Much love. Light Talk. Much love. Yeah, prayers for my my daughters, greatly appreciated from everyone, by the way. That you're right. Fear is the number one weapon for sure. Okay, understood. But what happened with MDD then? I just explained that, right? Like they haven't asked me to come back on, and they pulled me out of DebateCon because of, like, I have to be careful about saying it because, it would be very frustrating for me to like now come out and say a bunch of things when I've stepped away for so long. I've made all of these sacrifices, and I basically just said, okay, I guess like kind of the number one platform I debated on, fine, it is what it is. I'm not going to talk bad about James or anything. I got love for James. I think he's cool. I don't agree with that decision, to say the least. And I would have liked to think that people know me better than some of the insane things that are being said about me or were being said about me or whatever, but it is what it is. So I've considered either starting a different debate platform where I would moderate a couple times just to show kind of like the proper way to moderate a debate, and then set up a bunch of like really epic debates. I would need a group of people that I want to moderate. So I've thought about that whole thing. I have a name for it. I thought about starting that whole platform. I have so much on my plate, I'd have to delegate it. But you guys can give me feedback if you think I should start trying to build up a debate platform from the bottom up. But obviously the other option is just for me to kind of go find them myself and then bring people onto the channel and have debates where either we can just talk in good faith or we have a moderator. If anyone has watched my debates though, I get interrupted so much, it's insane. And I will never just start to like talk through each other. Like, I'm not going to do that. It's just terrible for the listener. So basically my good faith gets utilized, as a weakness. But it's all good. It is what it is. And I'll be honest, modern day debate historically has not really done anything to help me out with that during the debate, right? Like, I just get interrupted a lot. But anyway, there's a very specific way that things should be moderated. And, I would probably say that the best moderator, one of the best moderators that I would point to would be Mindshock. So I think we had briefly discussed working something out. He was talking about having debates, and I told him I was down. So maybe I'll work something out with him. That would be cool, right? Mindshock moderating. I think he doesn't like to be on camera though, so not particularly ideal. Your patience is wild. Thank you. People can't hang with you and debate with it. Appreciate it. I wish, like, I just want to start debating all the time. It's like what I love to do. I love to debate because I genuinely believe that it is. I don't like to argue with people. I like to debate though. And that's why with some of the legal issues going on right now, or like with my free speech case, or I have a couple other legal things that I'm handling, there's a part of me that really likes it because it's like the courtroom is like it's like the major leagues of debate. That's all it is, right? It's just like chess. You move a few pieces around, you think a few moves ahead. You're super tactical. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever read my my like First Amendment motion, we'll call it, right? It was a motion to dismiss for facial invalidity when I got arrested at Mount Rushmore. So if you guys don't remember, I dressed up like a scientist at Mount Rushmore and I started talking about FE and different topics, and I got arrested. And they did give me a warning. They told me that I couldn't talk there. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, there's like a free speech zone. I said, America's the free speech zone, brother. So that's not going to work. So out of principle, right, I didn't stop. And of course, people love to run with that. And it's like, it was a principle thing. So yeah, I got arrested. And then 2 days later, they had put a federal be on the lookout for the RV. And we were in Yellowstone and we got pulled over and arrested. We didn't even get out of the RV. I did use a microphone from within the RV at the gas station though, and told people, hey man, you don't have to wear a mask. The air's not going to kill you. It actually keeps you alive. And I said, you need to get the masks off of those children right now. So anyway, then I started talking about a bunch of stuff that makes people uncomfortable. We got arrested, quote unquote, right? Because, both times they just put me in handcuffs. Well, the first time they put me in handcuffs, brought me to the back of the car, then let me out. And then the second time they just wrote me a ticket, and it was just called like an arrest and release. So I fought that, and I filed a motion to dismiss for facial validity. I won't go all into this, but because some people have like misrepresented it, even people that were intimately familiar with it, which is just it's all so surreal. But like, ah, ha, ha, what's it? We see how it goes when you try to be a lawyer. You know, the federal government, you know, dunked all over you, looked so stupid, blah, blah, blah. That is such an ignorant take on what happened. And I don't know why I started telling the story, but it is a pretty interesting story. So I filed for motion to dismiss for facial invalidity, which is just a fancy way of saying that the law was unconstitutional on its face, which of course it is. They're saying there are free speech zones. You know, we pay for Mount Rushmore, bro. You're allowed to speak anywhere. And if people be like, no, you had a megaphone. First of all, I didn't get arrested for that. I got arrested for speaking outside of the free speech zone. It's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. And literally, the law just reads like the First Amendment. Like what it's prohibiting sounds exactly like the First Amendment. And they changed them from like free speech zone or First Amendment area to like demonstration area because it was challenged in 2010. And then it was ruled unconstitutional. And so what they did was just make the minimum changes based on what that challenge was. Okay, so long story short, if you're going to try and change a law like that, that's a federal law, right? National Park Services, NPS, that's federal law. It's actually a federal regulation because it's not like it was, you know, passed by Congress, which is what the Constitution says. What happens is the federal government just makes up all kinds of rules and regulations, and then you have to be falsely imprisoned underneath the unconstitutional regulation or rule, then challenge it and then win. It's like super backwards, right? They don't have to go through an approval process of constitutionality until someone challenges it after being falsely arrested under it, right? Like it's insane. So anyway, the way it was originally changed is because if you guys don't know, like on my birthday a few years ago, I was literally in South Dakota in person by myself. Well, Chris was there, but I'm saying like I was in the courtroom by myself, and they wouldn't even let everyone come in with me, right? Because of COVID and the masks and all this, which is ridiculous. And I probably should have filed a judicial complaint about that because in the Wyoming case, I filed it. So I guess I just wanted to let you guys know that this is actually pretty cool. Like you have way more power than you think, even when you don't have like a license, et cetera, et cetera. There are some like major things that attorneys and judges don't want the general public to know. I know this for a fact because I used them, right? And they wouldn't, they tried not to let me in for my case in Yellowstone. And I'm like, but I'm here. They're like, well, you have to wear a mask. I'm like, I'm not wearing a mask. I don't have to wear a mask, and I'm not going to wear one. And they're like, well, then you can't come in. And then he's going to put out an arrest for failure to appear, a warrant. So I was there on time for my appearance. They told me to wear a mask. I was even like citing, like they had come out and said that you can't make anyone wear a mask on federal property at that point, and they were still just trying to do it. And they said they were going to put out a warrant for failure to appear, even though I was there because I wouldn't wear the mask. And I didn't. I refused. So then they told me to go sit in my truck in the parking lot and get on Zoom they wouldn't let me in. So I filed a judicial complaint about that because the entire court and all the staff is the judge's responsibility. A 20-year federal magistrate judge then retired, and my case got handed over to another federal magistrate judge. So if you know what you're doing and you know how to write judicial complaints, you don't do it frivolously. Like you should do everything that I'm talking about with honor and integrity and ethics, right? You should never step outside of that. But my point is, you have a lot more power than you think. Same thing with attorneys. You can file bar grievances. And yeah, you know, if you're in the bar, if you've passed the bar, then you're in the club, right? And they're not just going to like throw another attorney under the bus because of a bar grievance. It isn't about it getting approved though. They have to file that with their insurance. It has to be reported to their insurance, and you have to have insurance to practice as an attorney. Not technically, but no law firm would ever hire you if you didn't have one. You're basically unhireable as an attorney. And then I guess 8 years and all that work goes down the drain if you can't get hired. So the point is you have to have insurance, obviously, for obvious reasons, right? As an attorney. If you get a bar grievance filed against you, then that gets reported to your insurance, because insurance is like, I don't care about your little club, right? I'm paying money. If this guy's doing something wrong, he's going to cost us a lot of money. After like 3 of them, like the insurance will drop them and no other insurance will give them insurance. So that's like, attorneys don't want the general public to know that because it's such a weakness, or it's like such a powerful thing that can be done to them, even if it just gets rejected. Now, if it's completely frivolous though, like it's possible that it wouldn't even get reported. But if it's like a legitimate bar grievance. So anyway, I had to file bar grievances against a couple people between Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone with that case as well. I won't keep going. This is like a whole story, but the point is that I filed bar grievances, and I had multiple U.S. attorneys I think I went through 4 separate U.S. attorneys between Rushmore and Yellowstone, which was just Wyoming District Court. So South Dakota and Wyoming District Courts. And these are federal courts, right? Federal magistrate. And then I filed this motion to dismiss for facial invalidity. And so that's me challenging the law that I'm charged under, which is very rare, very difficult to win. And everyone knew going in that if I was going to change the law, that I was going to have to appeal it. Like the federal magistrate judge is never going to, and I tried to find it. If you Google like my case, it'll pop up with the judge's response, but it won't show you my motion. And so, reading her response is totally misleading. You have to read my motion, but I'll find it. I haven't found it. I haven't really looked too long, but I haven't seen it in a while. But as humbly as I can say this, because it did take me like 2 weeks, it's not like the biggest flex ever. Like, dude, my motion is crazy good. It is irrefutable. Like, straight up, it's undeniable, the motion that I wrote. And it's just funny because people bring that up to try to say like, we see what happens with you in court. Okay, bro. Like, what are you doing right now? Okay. So since I started telling the story, I'll summarize the ending there. Basically what the Supreme Court says, because I read like every Supreme Court ruling about the First Amendment. So I knew like everything to do with the stipulation of free speech, when you can challenge a law as unconstitutional, whatever. No federal judge wants to be the one that changed the law, right? There's just so much pressure on that. If they make the wrong ruling, they're like changing a federal regulation. They don't want to be the one that does that. So they're going to always deny it with any way they can. And then you would have to appeal it. And that would go to an appellate panel of judges, right? And then that panel of judges will give you a much more sufficient answer because there's not like pressure on one person making the decision. And so, anytime a law has been, ruled unconstitutional, like 99% of the time it's had to go to appeals. And the same thing with that law before that. So my point is, I knew the whole time, right, that this, like, if I do everything perfect and I dominate and I win, then how it will go is I'll file my motion to dismiss for facial invalidity, saying that the law is unconstitutional and violates the First Amendment. It'll then get rejected by the federal magistrate judge. I'll then appeal. It'll go to the panel of judges in that district in appellate court, and then they will make the proper ruling. What the Supreme Court had said, right? It's like, if I file my motion, if any singular one of my points was true, then the entire law is unconstitutional on its face, which is what facial invalidity means, right? It just means like just straight up on its face, it's unconstitutional. This judge, dude, this is a federal magistrate judge, okay? I put all these just like home run arguments. There's just no way around it. And I'm like citing the Supreme Court. There is no way around it. The whole motion, top to bottom, is just like bulletproof. I read it like 500 times and just wrote it, for 2 weeks straight. And I just read obsessively every Supreme Court ruling, every discussion about the decision, every dissenting order, all that. So anyway, the point is that if even just one of the points was right, the whole thing is unconstitutional. This judge literally, I picked my weakest argument, and it was still right, but it was like a flex. It was almost like I was taunting them by saying like, dude, not only is all this so overtly and egregiously unconstitutional, you're even wrong about this technicality here, right? It was like kind of like an intellectual flex on them. She picked that one out, right? Ignored all the rest. So she cherry picked it out and then strawmanned it and then dismissed the entire motion on those grounds. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. And I didn't file, like they were begging me to take like a $200 fine or whatever and let it go away. I'm like, nope. And then I didn't try to defend myself or file an as applied motion, meaning like what I did. I wanted to make them rule on the actual law, right? If I had filed something else and said I should be let off because of this or this or this, then they may have like taken that opportunity to not have to rule on the motion to dismiss because it was unconstitutional. The whole point was because it was just a purely out of principle thing. Like if we live in a country where there are free speech zones, you're cooked. All right, because that's a slippery slope. It's just going to be over. They can't and I cited the Supreme Court talking about this, and most people don't know this. This is straight up already like in the United States, free speech zones. So imagine that there's a gathering in public and there's 1,000 people there, and then the government says, okay, you can talk freely, but you have to go all the way over there in the woods where nobody is. That's the only place you can talk. And that's actually the way it was at Mount Rushmore. Like the free speech zone was out where no one could hear you. Same at Yellowstone. Then the Yellowstone federal magistrate judge, the second one, because the first one literally retired after I filed the judicial complaint on him. The second federal magistrate judge in Yellowstone, he said, I'm just going to yield to, I see that you sent this same motion to the other judge. I'm just going to yield to her ruling. They were terrified of it, bro. And she had to write a whole motion. The U.S. attorneys file motions to try to explain why she should reject it and deny my motion. And she had to say, like, correct all of the U.S. attorneys multiple times. Like, no, you're wrong. He already addressed that. He's correct. As it says here, like, she literally had to like reprimand them. Like, she even reprimanded the U.S. attorneys because of like how dirty they were trying to play. So you see how different the real story is than which is such an idiot, thought he could be a lawyer and then he just got dominated in federal court. That's not what occurred at all, right? Like, and she just got rid of it, got it off her desk, right? And I should have appealed it. I ended up kind of getting talked out of it for like civil purposes, and I should have appealed it. So then I've considered going and speaking outside the free speech zone again, just so I could file it. So, okay. Anyway, I know no one asked for that whole story, but anyway, it's pretty interesting because my point there is like, I'm just like some person that didn't pass the bar, right? Like, people have way more power than they realize, right? You got federal magistrate judges of, 2 decades dropped. You got U.S. attorneys dropping cases. Like, they want you to think that world of law is something that you should be terrified of and can't defend yourself or whatever. And that's just not actually the case. And the only way that this all came up was because we were talking about debating and how, because I'm having to deal with certain legal issues right now, it reminded me that basically law is actually kind of cool in lots of ways, because it's just like the major leagues of debates. Okay. Sorry, I totally got distracted. Stripe won't take my card. Dang, dude. Sorry. I mean, you can try Ko-fi, I guess, if you can't get it to work. I can see if there's anything going on. I think something did go through, but are there real people here right now? Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, no problem. Probably would have been a better story if you could read my motion, but it was a pretty crazy situation. Anyway, so with the debates, that's kind of the issue. So now you guys know, right? Like, there's an issue with MDD. I'm considering either kind of starting my own platform or having people come on and just do debates kind of more organically, which is probably what I will do, at least at first. So yeah, now you guys know. Well, I brought all this up to make the quick point, which obviously that didn't happen, but the quick point of like, eventually on the site, I'm going to have like where members can submit debate suggestions. So if they know someone they want me to debate, or have like an idea of someone, or can get in contact with someone, or they're like, yo, I would really like you to debate this astrophysicist or this astronomer or this person who does debates on atheism or whatever it is, right? Yeah, you could submit the request and we'll start getting them all set up, and we're going to start doing lots of debates. I think it's one of the number one ways for people to not only learn, but to wake people up, right? You're good at debates, thoughts on discussions with certain people, not to convince them, but to try to find truth. Yeah, like the reason that debates are good, like you're almost never going to convince someone live, because most people, they don't really have the humility to like change their entire position live. It's not really about that though. It's about the audience hearing both positions. Like, debating an atheist about creationism is one of the most impactful things you can do, right? You know how many people have reached out to me about my atheism debate against Leo and said that it woke them up and they ended up becoming a believer. They ended up becoming a creationist. Debates are just super powerful because you get to hear both sides and then where one of them falls short. Okay. Rant's over. I see we got some action over here though. I'm going to play this video. I'm going to try to find where you can see the subs so I don't miss them. Go to Keck. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted, brother. What a legend. Shout out to Go to Keck on Kick. Much love, bro. I'd like to hear how the NASA audit's going. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I covered that a few streams ago. How it's going, and long story short, is that I've spent like thousands of dollars at this point, like a few $1,000 freaking keeping that website and domain and all that marketing package to GoDaddy up this whole time.
Without scarcity, if there were just abundance of everything for everybody, if crops grew easily and there was lots of affordable energy, etc., then people wouldn't be as easily controllable. So a big part of the effort by the globalists right now is to destroy the things that create abundance. Remember, it's destroying the things that create abundance in order to control you. And one of the gifts from God would be rainfall, water falling out of the sky for free to water your crops. Sunlight, these are free things, rain and sun. And that's why you have states like Oregon that are outlawing rainwater collection on your own property. They do. They outlawed on your own property. A famous court case of a rancher that was building
this is super misleading, right? Like, used weather weapons against Iran, full video explainer. You talked about Iran for like 1 minute.
Water, a damn good job at committing national suicide. But they also run weather control. They also run the pesticides. They believe you can survive the pinch. We've got 50,000 plus.
Okay, you're not talking about Iran at all, brother. That's pretty interesting. A lot of the dams are starting to fill up, it says. That's pretty wild. Is it just me, or is that so crazy, dude? Like, okay, so 9/11 obviously orchestrated by Israel and involved Saudi Arabia, etc. Obviously, Israel has their fingerprints all over 9/11. And obviously, the reaction to 9/11 benefited Israel. Obviously, we then go to the Middle East with false intel of weapons of mass destruction from Israel. People are like, no, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. All right, bro. It's well known and established that that intel was misleading and false. So then we go there and we just do exactly what Israel needs us to do. Similar with Iran, of course. Israel's been going to Congress. Netanyahu's been going to Congress for like 15, 20 years now, saying that they're about to have a nuclear weapon within weeks, right? And so they finally got what they wanted. So think about this. This is so wild. Like, the sophistication of weaponry is insane. Because like, look, I'm not like, I think that Islam is going to help facilitate like the Great Delusion. At the same time, though, there is like a gross mischaracterization of a lot of the beliefs and stuff within that religion, or a lot of like the behavior of the people involved with it by the West, right? Like, the proper critiques are not really the ones that you're given. You're given a straw man. And then it can be argued that that's actually done so that it helps prop it up, because if your critique of a position is incorrect and then someone hears you saying that and then goes and fact checks it and it's false, then they're like, oh, so it wasn't even valid critique. Maybe this is actually legit if you have to lie to try to combat it, right? And that's kind of the level at which the psychological operations exist now. Anyway, you got 9/11, and then you have the list of like 7 countries that Israel wants to implement regime change and knock down. And now we know why Israel wants to do that. They openly state why they want to do that. They want the Greater Israel Project. So they want to expand their borders immensely. They want to have like a lot of Saudi Arabia and the surrounding areas. Anyway, isn't it crazy, if it's true, which I'm assuming it is, that shortly after that, all of a sudden the countries on that list have like insane droughts that they haven't had in like millennia? Pretty crazy. And then Iran comes out and says that they're going to attack the weather manipulation or weather modification radars in the Gulf states, like in the surrounding area. And all of a sudden the dams start filling up, it starts raining, it starts snowing in Iran. Like, that's pretty crazy. And so now, for Iran to come out and claim, it's not bright to believe everything or disbelieve everything that either one of the sides of these conflicts are saying. That's not right, right? Iran has every motivation in the world to just say the truth about some of this, because we know that the government is extremely corrupt and does lie about a lot and does manipulate the weather. It says, watch the return of life to the Turkish dam after it had been a sheep pasture for years. The water suddenly overflow after strikes on weather control centers in the UAE. That is insane. Check this out. Okay, I'll play this for just a second. This guy, man, you know, hit or miss. I just gotta use the bathroom real fast. But this is the other topic we're gonna cover too, is a little bit more about the scientists. But I got it laid out. I'm gonna break down what's been going on with the scientists for you guys, so you can like know what's actually going on pretty quick. But check it out.
You've heard the name Nikola Tesla, a man who didn't just invent, he challenged the entire structure of how energy could exist in the world. Wireless transmission, ambient power, a system where energy isn't controlled, rationed, or sold. Then he dies under mysterious circumstances, and his work seized and locked away. That's where the story is supposed to end, but it doesn't, because every few decades, somebody else shows up working on something just close enough to that same line. And in our generation, that someone was Amy Eskridge. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Amy Eskridge wasn't a celebrity scientist because she was operating in a space few people can understand, and most people never even hear about. Gravity modification, advanced propulsion, the outer edges of physics. She founded her own research lab and was trying to develop anti-gravity technology, a way to control or cancel out gravity, which could revolutionize space travel and energy production. Anti-gravity and free energy are two sides of the same coin. Control gravity, and you don't need fuel. You change how objects move through space itself. No engines, no burn, just motion. In other words, energy with almost no cost. Just like Tesla, Eskridge made a breakthrough. And she wasn't staying quiet. She was preparing to go public.
Yeah, this is why I don't listen to that guy. Just makes claims like sensationalist claims. What is that? I saw a video earlier. I'm trying to find it. What it is. I don't know, but I am interested in this right here. This right here is crazy, dude.
Countries like Iran and Tucker, they're being used as a form of warfare, and we know that. We have countries like Iran, constantly demonized, of course, as you well know. Immediately after 9/11, we have the list of countries to be targeted given to General Wesley Clark, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even occurred. Subsequently, every one of those countries, every one of them, was endured a once in 1,000 year drought. Statistically, mathematically, that's impossible without climate intervention operations. And we have the leader of Iran on the floor of the UN, on film, on the record, stating NATO was cutting off their precipitation. We have Iranian top scientists recently stating NATO's been doing this for 40 years. Destabilize the food supply by destabilizing the rain, and you destabilize the population.
Yeah, it's crazy how much power you would have by doing that. And that's what this is. Straight up saying that they've been doing it for years. That's insane, right? Not really, actually. It's kind of expected.
Well, if you've been looking at
So
the
this
country
is
of
this is a
Iran
trip. This is from a month ago, and it says they are using HARP weather modification to destroy Iran.
For the past few years, you might have noticed some incredibly bizarre weather patterns. Rainfall totals plummeting by 77% in the year of 2025. All sorts of inextricably bizarre weather patterns that have been unfolding over that country over the past few years. Bizarre, intense weather over certain mountain ranges, but large drought, as the people of that country have suffered not only under these weather patterns, but under sanctions. So what is actually going on here? Obviously, we've been focused on the geopolitics of all of this and missiles and politicians speaking. But at the heart of this, there's something maybe something far more nefarious happening, which is weather manipulation, geoengineering on that country. Something that's not going to make the mainstream media headlines. You're certainly not going to see it on CNN or Fox News, but you will see it here. And that's why we wanted to talk about it today. And we wanted to bring on the founder of geoengineeringwatch.org, that is Dane Wigington, to talk about Iran and the weather manipulation that could potentially be happening in that country. Dane, welcome back to the show. Great to see you.
Thank you for addressing all the issues you addressed, Clayton and Natalie, and certainly you're completely correct on everything you just outlined. In fact, the weather warfare being waged against Iran goes back 40 years plus, at least, and that's been acknowledged on the record by their meteorologists and their former president, Ahmadinejad, emphatically on the floor of the UN, twice, I believe, stating that NATO was cutting off their precipitation. Is that not a form of all-out warfare against the country, destabilizing their weather patterns, thus food production, thus destabilizing populations? How is that not warfare going on for decades in that country?
Now, we wouldn't have known this except for the last time that you were on, because this
Dane Weddington, that's the same guy we just saw, I guess, huh?
is not something that's widely discussed, but it is a tactic that the U.S. has employed in war going back at least to Vietnam, and now that is no longer a conspiracy. We actually did use cloud seeding to flood enemy trails in the Vietnam War, and you were on after a guest who debunked all of the crap about Iran and the nuclear weapons and trying to liberate their women, and you came on and said, I'd like to respond to that because we've been conducting weather warfare on them for decades. And Clayton and I were like, what? Wait, what? Right. So can you just give us a bit of this history, how we know it, what they've claimed, and what the technology is that we can use for it?
Climate engineering is more effective at diminishing and dispersing precipitation than even augmenting it. So,
by the way, if someone's going to send a super chat, can you try to do it through the site so I can see if it's working? Because a couple people were saying that it didn't work, or I think maybe one person did. So I can know if I need to try to get it fixed or connect a different Stripe account to it or what's going on. So that will help a brother out.
You referred to Project Popeye.
And just give me a feedback, tag me in the chat. And also, if you're watching on a PC, if you can open up a separate window, a separate browser, so that it'll count as a view on Kick as well, that would be dope.
In Vietnam, yes. Again, historical record, the U.S. so successful at controlling precipitation over that country that in 1976, the international community passed the INMOD treaties, environmental modification treaties, forbidding weather warfare, but not forbidding the country from doing whatever it wants over its own citizens, i.e. us. We're being treated the same as the Iranians are. So who is really in charge of this whole operation? I mean, people think our government is somehow being benevolent to our citizens any more than they are the Iranians. It's not the truth. So again, this form of covert warfare has been used for decades, not just over Iran, but over many other countries. In fact, if we look at Africa, where the U.S. has AFRICOM and bases in everybody's backyard or on their border, those countries were also droughted out, and those governments behind closed doors forced to allow U.S. occupation. They don't do it willingly. So again, this is business as usual. And how many foreign bases do we have in the U.S., Clayton and Natalie? Zero. Zip nada. It's only our bases in everybody else's backyard and on their border. And if you guys, I'm sure, saw what amounted to chemical warfare being conducted in Iran right now by them bombing the oil production facilities and creating incredibly toxic precipitation and cloud cover there. You guys both saw that, right?
Oh, absolutely. And, earlier in the week, we spoke to Professor Morandi, who's in Tehran, and he was describing just how catastrophic this was, where everything was covered in this oil. As you're walking down the street, he described, just putting your hand on a doorknob and you couldn't even open the door because your hand would slip off the doorknob. Everything was covered in this oil. Cars, he said if you had a white car, it looked like your car turned into a zebra. Families with children at parks, covered in oil, everything, schools, everything is just covered in this toxic oil.
Think what that's doing to their human lungs. People are breathing this aerosolized oil, and this is business as usual also for the U.S. military. Let's go back to the nearly 700 oil wells that were torched in Kuwait and blamed on the Iraqi army. Guess who really did that? U.S. Special Forces have admitted to torching those wells, and we know they did it because 6 weeks prior to that occurring, there was meetings already taking place in the U.S. between Halliburton, Bechtel, my former employer, that was already planning for that event to happen. So again, that was a global environmental cataclysm. Those 700 wells. If you guys ever seen pictures of that, it looked like something from a token film of Mordor. The whole sky is black. 700 wells torched by U.S. Special Forces to provide the premise for U.S. infrastructure to be moved in and take over. So again, this is business as usual.
Now, we've seen when you see it this way, when you put this piece of the puzzle together, it makes sense why just last year Benjamin Netanyahu had that video for the Iranian people with a clean glass of water and saying, you too could have this if you submit to the will of Israel, overthrow your government. We will give you this too. That plays out like a scene from the Hunger Games. Like if you saw it in a movie, you would understand clearly the manipulation that's going on here. So the warfare is I'm asking this, is it inflict such severe pain in the living conditions of these people that they overthrow the government and we get to put in their new leader? Is that, you think, the tactic?
Of course. And it's truly sick and twisted. And when did Benjamin Netanyahu first claim that Iran was an immediate nuclear threat? 1992, 34 years ago, he started to make that claim. Obviously, it's complete smoke and mirrors, and just to provide a premise for doing exactly what they're doing now. What would it take for the American people to wake up? From Vietnam and the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which is historical record now, was complete fabrication, to the fact that...
what are you guys talking about? A kick? You said Andrew? Is that what you said? Talking about Andrew Wilson. So yeah, me and Andrew are cool, man. Like I met him in public or at the debate con. He told me he thinks that I'm one of the best debaters he's ever seen. He said he doesn't necessarily agree with my points on FE, but he said he thinks it's hilarious to watch me debate the people that debate me, and then they freak out. And he's offered to have me on his show and debate about like geocentrism. At first he was like, I prefer not to talk about that topic. And he actually encouraged me to explore debating other topics because he's like, you could really blow up. And then eventually I guess he saw another couple debates and he's like, dude, screw it. You can talk about it. So there's the history of Andrew Wilson. So it's all love over here. I like Andrew Wilson a lot, actually. Because what he does is he will like objectively state whether or not he thinks he can acknowledge that someone's really good at debating, just like the Nick Mateo dude, right? Without like independent of agreeing or disagreeing with their point, which is a sign of intellect and intellectual honesty,
We knew back further, World War II, that we knew that bombing raid was coming to Hawaii. Again, this is just how the system works, and Americans don't want to know the truth. They just want to watch Fox News, for example, and feed from the matrix media trough of disinformation. But again, 34 years from 1992, that's historical record. That's when Bibi Netanyahu first started to claim that Iran was an immediate nuclear threat, 34 years ago.
Can you talk about maybe some of what Israel and maybe the United States collaboration on this would look like from a weather manipulation standpoint, geoengineering standpoint? Are we talking about aircraft? Are we talking about directed energy weapons from afar, from a distance, that would have created these climate patterns in Iran?
It's all the above. So yeah, I didn't quite finish on that question earlier. Climate engineering, by two primary methods, can diminish and disperse precipitation or completely cut it off. In fact, that's exactly what's going on over the Western U.S. right now. Complete cutoff of precipitation. We're under a massive high-pressure heat dome. That's an ionosphere heater-induced heat dome. And that comes from installations like HARP that can transmit, in the case of HARP, 3.6 million watts into the electrically charged ionosphere, causes an electrical chain reaction that superheats that portion of...
Ionospheric heat dome, bro, or, this is a pressurized system which intrinsically requires some type of containment. And since that gets brought up, let's just talk about it. It's interesting how often like actually researching these different subjects about the nature of the realm of Earth ends up being so relevant to helping us figure out what's really going on. It just happens over and over and over. Same with like the UFO topic last night, or the quote unquote alien topic, the ionosphere was not discovered. Okay. It was invented. You go back to 1901, you have Marconi sending out an Atlantic transmission over the Atlantic Ocean, 2,200 miles. He just sends it out over the ocean and points directly at where he's trying to send it, as if the Earth were flat, right? Like he's just going to shoot it straight. It's 2,000 miles. And everyone laughed at him. This is like a National Geographic article that explains it as well. His detractors said that it would get blocked by the Earth at 200 miles. You can never do that. He said, well, I'm going to try it anyway. And he shot the signal, the radio signal, over the Atlantic Ocean, 2,200 miles, and it was successfully received where the destination was the first attempt. So he just shot it out horizontal over the ocean, 2,200 miles, successfully first attempt. And so they're like, wait, that shouldn't work, right? The curve of the Earth should block the signal at like 200 miles or less. So then you have Oliver Heaviside, who was a genius in electrical field theory, by the way. a lot of people haven't heard of him, but he was very, very smart when it came to electrical field theory. He came up with this idea like, wait, how could that possibly happen? Well, if there was an area in the sky that was ionized gas is just plasma. And if it had like a higher frequency than the signal that you sent, then the signal wouldn't be able to penetrate it. It would reflect it back. If your signal had a higher frequency than that plasma, then it would go right through it. So he's like, in theory, if there was an area in the sky, right, a portion of the atmosphere that was ionized, then it would reflect the signal back. And so you could send it out straight and it start going towards space. And then it would hit the ionosphere and it would bounce back down. It would keep bouncing up and down, up and down. You would get little gaps between it, which are called skip zones, right? So you would have dead zones or skip zones in between, like where it's basically just bouncing up and down, right? And then that way you could send the signal super far, even though the curve of the earth would block it. It's not like people discovered it. They didn't go up there and find out that was actually there or anything. It had to be there. Something had to be reflecting the signal back down in order for Marconi to have successfully sent his transmission 2,200 miles over the ocean when the curve of the earth should have blocked it at 200 miles. So, there's a lot of problems with that. For example, like the most they can even, like the highest they can really even claim is around 40 megahertz. So they'll say that it ranges, 30 to maybe tops out at 40 megahertz. We send radio signals that are in the thousands of megahertz. We send like 400 megahertz, 500 megahertz, like crazy high frequencies compared to the 40 megahertz that the ionosphere supposedly is, which means that signal should go directly through it, but it doesn't. And the other part of it is, based on where the signals actually go and where they're received, whatever would be bouncing it back would have to they have to claim it varies at different altitudes. And so then they had to make up all kinds of post hoc rationalizations, right? Like they're like, oh, well, there are density clouds, right? There are little areas that are super dense that have way higher frequencies. Just trust me, bro. And then they can't even get like supercomputers. Like a Harvard paper explains, they can't even get the supercomputer to mathematically model that out as a theoretical possibility. Even if it could, it wouldn't be real, right? But the point is, they can't even get it to work out mathematically. It has all kinds of complications, yet we're able to consistently and reliably send these signals. You can look it up, like the world record transmissions, the world record distances of transmissions. You can see a whole chart. It has the frequencies, it has the distances and all that. So if there's some type of containment there, then yeah, maybe stuff really would reflect. Also, if you're over a plane, you'd be able to shoot it way further. And then people be like, well, then you'd be able to shoot signals forever, always, everywhere. No, you wouldn't, because you have topographical obstruction. You have like say, for example, if there was a storm, it would mess it up. You still have all kinds of interference that can happen with the signal as you shoot it out, right, over the earth. Also, it does appear that they're able to very reliably manipulate what they're calling the ionosphere through HAARP. And wouldn't that kind of require like the frequency and altitude reliably? Now, if like based on where you are, say that there was a dome, right? Well, then the distance to that dome would change based on where you are underneath it, right? Pretty interesting, huh? Pretty interesting. And if there were layers to that dome and it actually was ionized, so there actually were like plasma layers, then it would be partially true, right? That there's like an ionosphere, like there would be actual layers of plasma that would reflect different frequencies at different rates. Maybe that's actually dynamic, meaning it changes, right? So anyway, just in case you didn't know all that, now you know. That's the history of the quote unquote ionosphere. And yes, that may actually be there, and it just may be plasma contained within the containment that's on the earth. So when Bill Nye tells you, I want your generation to understand that this is a closed system, he's right. This is a closed system. And he said that in the context of like, you can't throw trash in space or whatever. Well, you just can't go to quote unquote outer space. It isn't what they claim it is. And what they claim it is violates the second law of thermodynamics, dude. Like if there's a vacuum, let's just think about this really simply. If there's a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, because nature abhors a vacuum, right? But a very, 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 very low pressure system, a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and it's enveloping the earth. The earth is just sitting there within this gigantic vacuum. And mind you, they claim it's like incomprehensibly big. right? So there's just an infinite amount of space, effectively, for intensive purposes. And then you have the Earth, and we're all breathing air, and we have 14.7 psi at the surface, and then the air thins out the higher you go, right? But that doesn't matter. People will say, oh, it's thinning out. So yeah, that makes sense because it eventually goes to zero. That isn't how that would work. All the pressure is going to fill the available space. So if we were actually inside of a vacuum, the gas pressure on Earth would fill space. It would literally migrate to space like instantaneously, violently, right? And of course, we know we have gas pressure. That's how we are alive. And gas pressure presses on the walls of a container. Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. So anyway, the current model of Earth is quite literally impossible. Quite literally. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. That is the most like bulletproof, definitive natural law that exists. Okay. There you go. Drop some gems for you.
The atmosphere, and HAARP is a directional antenna, so they can steer that in many different directions, and there's about 100 other ionosphere heaters of different designs around the world. So they can heat that area of the atmosphere, causes the atmosphere to expand up and down. Below that's a high-pressure heat dome. That causes the upper level wind currents and thus the moisture patterns to rotate clockwise around that heat dome. So right now we have in the coming week, we're going to have record obliterating heat in the West. This is summertime heat wave. There's heat wave warnings being issued right now for the next week to 10 days in parts of the U.S. West. We've never seen anything this severe before. And that not in March. We had 106 degrees in Texas in February, by the way. And so that moisture is rotated clockwise around that high pressure heat dome. And the moisture is chemically nucleated. So they're cooling off Alaska, they're cooling off part of the Arctic in an attempt to hide what's happening there. And all this chemical cool down makes the overall superheating of the planet worse, not better. And then that moisture is steered back down into the U.S., Clayton and Natalie. So they're cooling off the eastern U.S., the most populated portion of the U.S., and literally baking the western U.S. Think about that.
Well, we have a rather, we're supposed to be getting 80-degree temperatures over the past few days in Colorado, in the mid 80s. It's unbelievable, like what we've seen. And we saw 70 degrees. And then the next day we got 10 inches of snow, people in their shorts and t-shirts. The next day, 10 inches of snow. Absolutely crazy, these patterns that we've been seeing.
That's chemical ice nucleation. And that is 100% weather modification. And it's unfortunate that even some that claim to be in the fight to stop climate engineering
trying to figure out the stripe situation
are telling the exact narrative that the controllers and the climate engineers want when they engineer these chemical cool downs, that somehow that's some sign of global warming being a hoax or global cooling. No, it's 100%.
What are you talking about? Well, this guy brought up the ionosphere because HAARP is a system that is very real, but heavily classified, and they claim that they decommissioned it, I believe. But if you're not familiar with HAARP, they use frequencies.
In the remote, frozen wilderness of Alaska, far.
This guy's a clown, but let's see what he says.
Gareth asks, I've read some theories that HAARP can be used to manipulate the weather. Is this possible?
Yeah, HAARP is, a Healy, high altitude
radio pension.
I always forget the acronym.
Yeah.
There are people who are sure that the government is stockpiling aliens and controlling everything about anything.
Dude, this guy sucks, man. Anyway, HAARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. They claim that they decommissioned it. It was in Alaska. They didn't decommission anything. They send super high frequencies up into the sky to manipulate the weather. That's exactly what they do. So let's just go to maybe something that's going to quickly, accurately describe it for you.
Did you know that there's a facility in Alaska that some people believe can control the weather? That's right. We're talking about HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Buckle up, because we're diving into one of the wildest conspiracy theories out there. Imagine this, a secret government facility capable of manipulating the atmosphere to create hurricanes, earthquakes, and even mind control. Sounds like the plot of a sci-fi movie, right? But for years, HAARP has been at the center of these wild theories. Let's see what's really going on. Picture this. Deep in the forests of Alaska lies a mysterious facility with giant antennas pointing towards the sky. This isn't your ordinary research center. This is HAARP, the supposed puppet master of global weather patterns. People have blamed it for everything from natural disaster.
Yeah, because someone said, like, what are you talking about? It started off with HAARP, and the guy started talking about it and brought up how it manipulates the ionosphere. So then I explained to everybody that the ionosphere is actually just a theory that was proposed in 1901 or after 1901 when Marconi sent a 2,200-mile radio transmission over the Atlantic Ocean. It was supposed to get blocked by the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles, yet it was successfully sent 2,200 miles in the first attempt, exactly where he was aiming it. So then Oliver Heaviside, who was a genius in the field of electrical field theory, one of the fatherheads of electrical field theory, in fact, a genius right up there with Nikola Tesla, then came up with a theory to try to explain how that could possibly happen, because it's geometrically impossible. If there was a geometric obstruction of the curvature of the Earth and it blocks the signal, you couldn't send it over the ocean as if the the ocean was just a giant flat body of water, and then you send out a signal straight over it. That doesn't work. If the surface is curving, obviously it's going to block it. But it did successfully work on the first attempt, 2,200 miles, despite the detractors telling them it wouldn't even get to 200 miles. He proposed this idea of the ionosphere, which is ionized gas, which is what plasma is. If it has a higher frequency, so basically the idea was that if you go high enough up in the atmosphere, you're going to get to a place that is plasma, it's ionized gas, based on its frequency. If the frequency of the ionosphere is higher than the frequency of the radio wave that you sent, then once the radio wave reaches that area of plasma, it'll bounce back, it'll reflect, right? But if the signal you sent out was higher, a higher frequency than the plasma, it would penetrate right through it, right? And just imagine, to visualize and understand that, just imagine like, what a wave is, right? So just imagine a bunch of waves, right? And then imagine like much more compressed, higher frequency waves, or like even visualize sound, right? Because light is nothing but like a sound wave in the ether, to quote Nikola Tesla. So sound is the air vibrating, light is the ether vibrating. So just imagine like really high frequency sound. If you sent out like you played some music or an instrument or a sound wave, you sent a sound wave out to an area with higher sound waves, it wouldn't be able to get through it because there's such a higher frequency, right? It would just reflect back. It wouldn't be able to penetrate through it. But if the signal you sent out was way higher frequency, then it would go right through, it would cut right through the lower frequency. So anyway, he said, okay, well then, yeah, it's possible that you could send the signal out way further than you thought, even though the Earth would block it, because part of the signal that didn't get blocked would start going out towards quote unquote space, and it would get to that high part of the atmosphere that has this plasma, and it would bounce back, and so it would start going up and down. So anyway, I was explaining that because this is how they're manipulating the weather, right? They've obviously mapped out the frequencies of the sky. They know what's going on in terms of any type of containment or plasma, layers of plasma, the frequencies involved within that. And then what they do with HAARP, right, is they're able to then manipulate weather systems by migrating them, by manipulating the frequencies in the sky, and even just like reflecting frequencies around using, whether that's containment or plasma within containment, whatever, so that they can move the systems around. We're going to watch this where this guy's like skeptical, calling it a conspiracy theory, and then I'm going to provide evidence for you that HAARP absolutely can control the weather.
Bizarre weather phenomena. But is there any truth to these claims? So, what exactly is HAARP? Established in 1993, HAARP's main goal is to study the ionosphere, a layer of the Earth's atmosphere. The idea is to improve communication and navigation systems. But with all the high-powered radio waves being beamed into the sky, it didn't take long for conspiracy theories to take flight. The facility is equipped with a massive array of antennas designed to send high-frequency radio waves into the ionosphere. This research is supposed to help scientists understand the complex processes of our upper atmosphere. But some folks think HAARP's true purpose is far more sinister. All right, let's get into the nitty-gritty. HAARP has been accused of causing a slew of natural disasters. In 2010, Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez claimed that HAARP was responsible for the Haiti earthquake. Others have pointed fingers at HAARP for causing flood.
Mind you, I just showed you where a congressman talks about using high-frequency weapons to cause earthquakes. And so it's like, bruh, if the government created some, research program and they're messing with super high frequencies to trigger certain types of weather events, do you believe they're going to come out and say, hey guys, we're manipulating the weather and controlling it and killing people with it? And of course not. They're just going to perfect the weapon. They're going to claim that they shut it down. They're going to keep using it. And that's what they did. I mean, they claim that they shut it down, right? So I think it's possible that HAARP isn't, is kind of a distraction, but the general premise kind of speaks for itself. And when you deep dive into HAARP, right, it's like, it's got a very extensive history of very sketchy things that the government's done, the way that they shut it down, the way that they lied about what they were doing, and then they got caught, and then they just shifted their story, how they even tried to fight against disclosing what they were doing there. So the cover story was just this innocent scientific research of frequencies, yet they were super like they fought against disclosing it extensively, and then they consistently lied about it. So I mean, bro, let's let's just use our brains for a second.
Floods, droughts, and even power outages. Yet, scientific evidence debunks these claims, asserting that HAARP's capabilities are far from what conspiracy theorists suggest. Time to don our tinfoil hats. Theories range from plausible to downright outlandish. Some believe HAARP is a tool for global mind control, manipulating brainwaves and moods. Others are convinced it's a weather weapon capable of steering hurricanes and creating earthquakes on demand. But mainstream science tells us that the energy levels HAARP produces are simply not powerful enough to affect weather or geological events on such a...
There you go. So their official explanation is not that the mechanism couldn't happen, it's that they don't put out high enough frequencies to do it. Okay, sounds good, bro, because you would never put out higher frequencies than you tell us, right? Now let's think about this. What is an earthquake? What is an earthquake? Let's see what AI would tell us when I ask it, right? An earthquake is a sudden rapid shaking of the ground caused by the release of energy. Well, that's so profound and scientific, a release of energy. So what you're going to find out, especially if you start following this channel now that it's back online, almost every mainstream quote unquote scientific claim is BS, just straight up, right? I mean, it's just a ton of pseudoscience, and people just assume there are people way smarter than me that do all this nerdy stuff and invest all their time and all this, and they know how everything works. It's 2026. We obviously know how all this stuff works. That isn't the case at all. Isn't the case at all, right? Let me give you an example. So everyone knows what we were told that the Earth is, right? It's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and it has certain layers in it. And we've all seen that, right? Let's just see the animation real quick. So everyone's seen this in their textbooks, their science textbooks in class, right? We've all seen this. Layers of the Earth. Okay, so you have the crust, blah, 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 the mantle, the lower mantle, the outer core, the inner core, right? This is completely theoretical, admittedly. First of all, in case you couldn't tell, this is a cartoon. This is actually not real, okay? But people assume, like, well, we know what it is. Not even close. In fact, we know for a fact that what people claimed it was, what we were told it is not true. Okay, so these are too long of videos. Let's see, let's check this out.
Deep in western Russia, the frigid desert contains the remnants of one of the most ambitious scientific experiments ever performed. It's a ruin now, a wasteland of jagged metal and crumbling concrete. If you search around long enough, you will find a rusted disc bolted to the earth. So unassuming that you might even try to pick it up, but you won't be able to. Of course, as astonishing as this project was, the Kola Super Deep Borehole only made it today. 2 decades later, the Kola borehole remains a remarkable technological and scientific achievement. To drill it, engineers devised a new method by which only the drill bit at the end of the shaft was rotated. The lubricant, in this case pressurized drilling mud, was pumped down through a custom drill bit, allowing it to spin. Instruments had to be invented to take measurements at the bottom of the hole. What did we learn by drilling a third of the way through the Baltic continental crust? For one, there's water down there. At depth, scientists didn't believe water could be found. They suspect that the water formed from hydrogen and oxygen that were squeezed out of rock crystals.
Okay, so I'll just give you some mainstream source there real fast, whatever. This is what happened. It's the deepest hole ever dug, right? And it's what, 17 miles? think it's 17 miles or 7 miles. I mean, 7.6 miles. Okay, so they used a drill bit like he was explaining. They dug a borehole. It's called the borehole in Russia, 7.6 miles, deepest anyone's ever gone. So when you see that picture that we just saw and it shows you all those layers, if you go all the way to the center of it, that's 4,000 miles away, 3,959 miles, which is a radius, right? The center to the surface of a sphere. Okay, the deepest hole ever dug is 7 miles though. So of course, we don't actually know what's down there, but no, we use radar, and that's how science works, and scientists know. Okay, cool. So, well, when we dug that 7-mile hole, we found out that we were wrong the entire way down. They were wrong, right? Where they claimed it was hot, it was cold. Where they claimed there was going to be a lot of dense material, it was not dense. Where they claimed that water couldn't exist, they found water. Where it was supposed to be wet, it was dry. Specifically where it was supposed to be dry, it was wet. And they actually found bodies of water. They actually found material composition that wasn't supposed to be there. The temperatures were wrong. Everything that they had claimed about just the top 7 miles of the crust was wrong, bro. As soon as we actually dug in it and could prove what was actually there, they were wrong about everything the whole way down. And it got worse and worse the further they went, completely wrong about the entire thing. So can we just let's just be logical for a second. If they were completely wrong about almost every single claim they made about the top 7 miles of the crust, they're probably wrong about the other 3,952 miles, right? Okay, so now when we're talking about earthquakes, we're talking about the earth vibrating, which of course it is a deviation from its previously stationary position, right? I mean, the earth's not moving and then it starts to move because it wasn't previously moving. But anyway, it's well known that we don't fully understand earthquakes. We just don't. And then, the field of study of earthquakes is seismology. Well, seismology is like heavily pseudoscientific, right? It's just theoretical. And so they try to measure different signals and signatures from different earthquakes and different locations. They try to time them. And they're like, okay, well, if the frequency is this, and then it traveled this distance, and that would mean that some type of material of this density is what allowed it to do that, because signals would travel through different density material at different rates. And so, long story short, they keep being proven wrong. The theories don't work. The models don't work. They can't even come up with a viable mechanism for the core. You have the geodynamo model. And by the way, everything I'm saying, I'm not making anything up. It's all easily proven and factual. I'm just not going to sit here and cite everything. You can go to my Telegram. I've already cited everything. There are many sources. If you look through some of my old videos, I've covered a lot of this more extensively and provided sources. But I'm just telling you the truth, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you look, they can't even give you a viable mechanism or model for the core because it couldn't sustain a magnetic field. The model of the earth and the layers within is just, bro, it's cooked. They have no idea what's going on. Okay, so they don't even know what earthquakes are. But in reality, it's just the earth moving when it was previously stationary, and it's vibrating. But everything's intrinsically electric, and so it's got an electrical component to it because it has to, right? So there's electrical signatures being sent throughout the earth. If you were to send high frequencies or EMF, electromagnetic frequencies, at the earth or in the earth, say you were to dig down in the earth and build some underground base and then start sending out signals, right? High frequencies, or you were manipulating, you could easily trigger an earthquake using EMF, which is why, the congressman straight up said that people around the world are already using high frequency weapons to trigger earthquakes. This is well known, right? And it's acknowledged by the government. Okay, so when they were like, oh, HAARP is such a conspiracy theory, anytime you see the first talking point about something being there are crazy people that think that this manipulates the weather, it's that should raise some red flags. We should have all learned that during COVID, right? So my point here is HAARP is wild. What they did at HAARP, it's they spent so much money, so much time on these crazy high frequency weapons. Why were they so obsessed with it? Let's just think logically. What is the government actually doing? the military doesn't, well, they're going to say it's not the military, but the perfect way to disguise some type of like military motivation or military technological advancement
Did you
is
know that
with science, right? So I just want to show you here. We'll do this real fast.
Far from prying eyes stands a sprawling, mysterious facility. A forest of massive antennas, reaching up to the sky like metallic giants. This is HAARP. Officially, it stands for the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, but to many, it's known by another name, the weather weapon. What is the truth behind this secretive project? Is it a benign research tool or a powerful instrument capable of unimaginable destruction? Today, we pull back the curtain on one of the most persistent and compelling conspiracy theories of our time. The official story is straightforward. HAARP was built to study a part of our atmosphere called the ionosphere. This layer, stretching from about 50 to 600 miles above the Earth, is electrically charged by solar radiation. It's crucial for long-distance radio communication, as it reflects radio waves back to Earth. By heating small sections of the ionosphere with powerful radio frequency transmitters, scientists at HAARP aimed to understand its behavior better. Think of it as a controlled experiment in the sky, a way to simulate natural phenomena to improve our communication and navigation systems, like GPS. The goal.
Okay, so long story short, and I'll see if we just get a picture of it so you can see like an idea of what it is. You see with just a ton of antennas where they send out super high frequencies. And they claim the frequencies aren't super strong or powerful in context. Why would they tell you the truth of their capabilities? Can I ask you another question? Let's just say that you were in charge of the United States, right? And you called the shots with the military, and you have enemies and other competing militaries, and you have to defend the United States or whatever. Even if we just like assume maximum good faith, right? Give maximum benefit of the doubt. Would you openly say what capabilities that you have? Of course you wouldn't, right? So, anyway, the point is that if you look into HAARP, they were caught lying multiple times, and the government has shown an extreme interest in sending out very high frequencies and then testing a whole range of the frequencies and et cetera, et cetera. Everything is intrinsically electric. So if you send out EMF, right, there's a huge spectrum of EMF, right, electromagnetic frequencies. You can do all kinds of stuff, bro. You can manipulate weather systems. You can make it rain. You can make it snow. You can trigger lightning. You can do all kinds of stuff. And let me do this. Controlling, no, I think it's owning the weather, right? Owning the weather, Air Force. Is it going to be a PDF though? Look at this. This is just a real document, bro, from the Air Force. Owning the weather. Owning the weather as a force multiplier. And watch. And this is, again, in my opinion, this is like nothing compared to what they have. But let's just say, let's do this. Can you guys see that? Whoa. As indicated, the technical hurdles for storm development and support of military operations are obviously greater than enhancing precipitation or dispersing fog, as described earlier. One area of storm research that would significantly benefit military operations is lightning modification. He talks about the Apollo missions here. By doing research on increasing the potential and intensity of lightning. Concepts to explore include increasing the basic efficiency of the thunderstorm, simulating the triggering mechanism that initiates the bolt, and triggering lightning such as that which struck Apollo 12. Allegedly, possible mechanisms to investigate would be ways to modify the electropotential characteristics over certain targets to induce lightning strikes on the desired targets as the storm passes over their location. Okay, and there's all kinds of stuff in this document. All kinds of stuff. This is just, I just like Command F lightning, right? And here are all these different resources. If you go down here, this is where you start to get the real sauce, right? If you go down to the sources. And there are sources all throughout this thing. So that's called owning the weather. Weather is a force multiplier, owning the weather in 2025. Pretty crazy. So it's going to be wild if we're about to watch like the weaponization of the weather during a war right now. And that is insane and psychopathic. How insane do you have to be to start playing God and manipulate the weather? Like, these people are actual psychopaths. Just absolutely insane. I can't remember this other guy's name. Let's see. I'm going to find him. I don't see it right now. I forgot the guy. I forgot the guy's X handle. But anyway, where's it at? Because what he does is he shows the radar, and you can literally see like crazy activity on the radar. So like you literally watch, like there are they're called NEXRAD stations, and they'll still emit these signals that register on the radar, and you'll see it like shift all kinds of activity, like all kinds of weather systems. It'll just be like huge things. And dude, also there's tons of signals shot out like late at night, like on the East Coast, like in Miami, near Miami, and throughout Florida. It'll be like 3 a.m. They'll just be sending out these huge signals. It's a super sophisticated network, right? And you would just think about it. It's like so easy to hide in plain sight. You're just going to send out a signal, bro. You're just going to send out a certain frequency. You know, you just tune the frequency that you need. You shoot it at a certain time, certain direction. Bro, the possibilities are endless there. They pulse like a wave during major storm events. Exactly. Exactly. All right, so let's go back a little bit here. Let's see. American weather engineering project failed in Middle East. The Tigris River is experiencing unprecedented rise in water levels following following years of severe drought.
جايب شي بالمي بسبب زيادة نهر دجلة. سبحان الله شو ارتفاع منسوب نهر دجلة على اليوم يوم الأربعاء.
I mean, isn't that crazy? I mean, obviously there's a possibility, right, that they know how to make it rain because this technology has been known about for decades, and then they're just going to blame the U.S. and claim that they were keeping them in a drought, and now they're attacking it. But it is interesting that we had all these radar systems in the neighboring Gulf states, and they start blowing them up, and then all of a sudden, after like a decade of a drought, it just starts raining, and all these bodies of water fill back up. I mean, bro. You know, let's just watch this guy one more time and see what he says. I'll read it.
سر دشمنی داره 40 این کشور اسرائیل و کشور آمریکا.
Okay.
این کشور اسرائیل
Dude, if I hear that again. Okay. Israel and the United States, who claim to have the capability to cause a drought and who have been hostile towards us, have been doing this gradually for the past 40 years. I say this with confidence because you can see in satellite images or aerial photography how the clouds shift from their course. I don't care how many people say that this is normal. I say it is not. While Lake Van in Turkey is full of water, Lake Irma in Iran has dried up. What do these images show? The clouds that come from the Mediterranean and should enter our country gradually drift toward Turkey and move towards Armenia and something. So interesting. I mean, I think the contextual circumstantial evidence kind of speaks for itself if it just suddenly starts raining here.
Because this is not something that's why.
Here, I want to play this for a second. I'm going to make sure the donation system is up and running. If you want to be a part of the member stream tomorrow, then become a member at whatsitgetsa.com. Just go to whatsitgetsa.com. You'll see how to sign up.
In the mid 80s, it's unbelievable, like what we've seen. And we saw 70 degrees, and then the next day we got 10 inches of snow. Like people in their shorts and t-shirts. The next day, 10 inches of snow. Absolutely crazy, these patterns that we've been seeing.
That's chemical ice nucleation, and that is 100% weather modification. And it's unfortunate that even some that claim to be in the fight to stop climate engineering are towing the exact narrative that the controllers and the climate engineers want when they engineer these chemical cool downs, that somehow that's some sign of global warming being a hoax or global cooling. No, it's 100% climate engineering that's creating that. And in fact, it is by that method of those chemical cool downs when they created blizzards in New Orleans.
Okay, the donation system is working again. We got it fixed.
On January 21st of last year, you guys remember that probably, right?
Right.
Blizzard New.
Hey, shout out to AC Baker for the 10 gifted. What a legend. AC Baker, goat of Keck, PhDs, nuts, and Piasticles. Thank you for the gifted. AC Baker at the top with 10 gifted. Thank you so much, brother. Very generous. I appreciate it. Shout out to you guys. I'll have it on OBS where like I see it pop right up. I'll get everything set up where I see you guys as soon as you gift. But shout out to everyone on Kick. I'll just say it again. Like if you're watching on like a browser, if you can just open up a separate browser and go to kick.com/whatsit so we can meet the minimum requirements. Miss your streams. Glad you're back, broski. Thank you, man. Thank you. WKick chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so we'll move on to some other subjects. This became strictly about the weather, but it's all good. So let's look a little bit more into these scientists. So we did cover it some last night. This is crazy. The stuff that's going on with the scientists is crazy. Yo, it disappeared. What the hell, dude? Oh, man. I'll just make it do it again real fast. All right, cool. I have 5 browsers open just for you. Thank you, man. Greetings from Washington. What's up, brother?
Orleans, blizzard, Gulf Coast, and what didn't they tell us while it was snowing on the Gulf Coast? Oh yeah, it was above freezing and raining throughout the Arctic, Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, Siberia, above freezing and raining while it was a blizzard in New Orleans. So again, let's look here, don't look there. This covert weapon is the crown jewel weapon of the military-industrial complex. Again, not just with Iran. Iran's been a target for so very long, and it doesn't make the news. You're right. It wasn't for voices like yours, Clayton, and yours, Natalie. Nobody would hear about this. And I wonder why they don't like us very much over there when we've been doing this for decades to them. And for the record, Iran hasn't invaded anybody else for 250 plus years. In the last 100 years, the U.S. military has invaded, destabilized, and or occupied about 100 countries. Who's the aggressor in this equation?
Right. And so Given that we did not listen to these warnings from world leaders in the last 2 decades, now it stands to reason that that pressure could be placed on us. And what do you think is a political advantage of making us in the United States suffer in the same way?
Well, again, those in power clearly don't care any more about Americans than they do the Iranians or the Palestinians or anybody else. We're very expendable. If you look at presentations I did going back well over a decade, engineered drought catastrophe, target California. Every bit of data I presented in that presentation, again, well over a decade ago, is more relevant today than ever before. If we look at scenarios like the Palisades wildfire or the Lahaina wildfire, those events are absolutely inseparable from climate intervention operations. We have a U.S. military document titled Forest Fires as a Military Weapon. And we posted that at geoengineeringwatch.org. And 140-page U.S. military document outlining exactly the kind of sometimes years-long preparation of a region to burn with maximum ferocity. And that's cutting off the precipitation. The fallout from climate intervention operations is an incendiary. Aluminum nanoparticles are an extremely powerful incendiary. It's used in military demolitions. So we have forest foliage, forest floors covered with this incendiary.
Crazy, like Hawaii, Paradise, California, and then they just immediately scoop up all the land for pennies on the dollar.
We're setting the stage.
Bo, what do you know? There's going to be a smart city there
for maximum incineration. And we know that's the case in these events. Source of ignition is a separate subject completely. And in that document, this is most damning, some 17 locations in the U.S. were named as study zones for these operations, including L.A., including Shasta County, where I live. So again, why would our military study?
Okay, let's start looking into some of these scientists here. Anthony Chavez, a former employee. Yeah, bruh. I don't want to just read text to you. Because I'll tell you, like, there's some of these stories are insane. Like, I'll just tell you a couple of them. Like, the situation with the scientists is actually very crazy. Like, the more I've looked into it, the crazier it gets. So, for example, dude, this is so wild to me. There was this this one lady, right, and she's involved in like highly sensitive research. She goes on a hike. And then she has 2 phones that are left at home, and they're both factory reset, and she comes up missing. Why would her phones be factory reset? Okay, so Will Kane, let's do that. And again, I covered it last night kind of in depth. It's like, bro, mainstream news is talking about it. It's, they want you to make sure that you know.
Attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech. He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William McCaslin.
Both of her phones are factory reset, bro, before she comes up missing.
A retired Air Force general. He too is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance programs. He's been missing since February. Reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project.
They just come up missing, bro. How does that make any sense? And if you understand that NASA's faking going to space, then what are they really doing, right? They're focusing on the ether, the true nature of what's going on, what they can control here, etc.
Project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier, she went missing. So too did Anthony Chavez, also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer. He disappeared during a walk. No signs, no answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory. So could they be connected? Or is this something else entirely?
What does that even mean?
Is that they live.
This is the CIA telling you to look at it. But of course, like these people, like why would they not take them out? And like I explained last night, right? Like say you're a part of a classified program and then you have like certain handlers, so just your superiors that you answer to, like, okay, we got a new assignment for you, we got some new information we need to talk to you about. You make sure you leave your phone at the house, drive out to these coordinates, whatever, right? And like one guy drove out of his house and left all his stuff behind and then incinerated in his Tesla. This woman has her phone's factory reset, takes off on a hike and disappears. Like these stories are insane. And what the news isn't telling you is all the super sus details that would almost require government involvement, because they're kind of pushing this narrative that there's some type of like private aspect to it. And dude, what would be crazy is if they actually are trying to just make it seem so mysterious because they're trying to make you think that aliens are taking them. And dude, I know that sounds crazy, but is it crazy, right? Like obviously, yeah, the idea that aliens are taking them is crazy, but like we covered the three body problem show on Netflix. And watch what it does. Watch what it says in the show. Aliens come.
Solar system months. They entered your solar system months ago. We sent them to your planet. To the places where your best minds explore reality at its most fundamental level. And we will destroy the science that could defeat us.
Isn't that crazy? So they have Obama say that aliens are real. Trump comes out and said he shared classified information. Oh, I didn't know that people were that interested in it. Okay, I demand the release of anything relating to UFOs, etc. Then all of a sudden Congress starts talking about it, probing into all these different things. They've been conditioning people for years to accept that anyway. Then you have all these scientists that come up missing that would be in these relevant fields, right? So now everyone's paying attention. Then the government comes out and says that we're going to investigate this. The FBI says they're going to investigate to see if there's any links to them. If they're trying to claim that there are these mysterious like disappearances, or the scientists are just vanishing, it's like a movie. Do you see the script? Oh, the government starts talking about how they're going to release all the UFO information, and all of a sudden the scientists that are studying relevant fields start mysteriously and inexplicably disappearing, and no one has seen them. It's like a movie. It's like, the aliens came and took them, bro.
An isolated area.
The three body problem apparently has tons of gyms in it, tons of conditioning, and it's one of the most popular shows on Netflix.
What's very odd is that they live in an isolated area of Llano, California, and some of their neighbors also work in aerospace research. And the man, Freddie Snyder, who was accused of killing him, he was actually on their property with a rifle in December of 2025. It was originally reported that Carl Grillmair called police on him, but it wasn't Carl. Carl spoke with him. They talked about coyote hunting. And then this guy gets arrested. He's released by a California judge after being charged on a felony weapons charge by God knows who. I don't know, another neighbor.
So this is obviously nothing to do with aliens. The mysterious vanishing ones are pretty interesting. So, that's probably the more extreme version of this idea that they're mysteriously disappearing. And then you have what the CIA seems to be implying with these stories, right? Because of course the government would have they'd have people that are working on very classified things. They would have lower tier people, and then they could just take them out. They're dispensable anyway, right? They're on a need to know basis. And you can just tactically pick the people you're going to take out, and then you throw in David Wilcox in there. It's like, bruh. And I'll show you a video in just a second. That's like insane.
And then he comes back 2 months later, allegedly, and shoots Carl Grillmeyer in the torso.
So your details on each and every one of these cases is extremely important. We should continue this conversation because, you know, when you paint with a broad brush, you can find a narrative, but what is facts are independent of narrative. And I think that's important. At the same time, I don't think this story should be waved at with one's hand and go, well, it's just coincidence, because the consequence is too high for people who had such important jobs. If it is not coincidence, it is something very serious for the United States of America. For example, Amy Eskridge. She's one of the latest. Amy Eskridge went missing in Alabama, actually died in Alabama from a reported self-inflicted gunshot wound. Her family has come out and said, look, this is not tied to some greater story. She had mental health issues. She was dealing with chronic pain. If you watch any videos of Amy Eskridge, they're not exactly inspiring as to there's something bigger going on here with this story. And so I think you have to look at each and every one of them individually. Let me just say this, Dana. One more in the 12, Nuno Loureiro. Do you remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the scientist at MIT that was killed by the Brown University shooter.
Yes.
So that doesn't exactly fit as well this larger narrative that 12 scientists have gone dead or missing. Yes, he died. Was he tied to these others in some tangible way? No. I'll just put a button on it. That doesn't mean I dismiss the story. That means you need to start really doing the work at looking at each story individually and judging it on the facts. What I'll say is this.
So what's crazy about it is that they take out Wilcox, right? I mean, he's like an ancient alien guy. And so a lot of these people that have come up missing, they have connections with ancient aliens. And, you know, we covered this last night. Ancient aliens is so that they can acknowledge that they lied to you about history while giving you a new cover story.
Taking place here. This has been
It's all over the mainstream news, bro.
going on, obviously, for the last 3 years. So what I found in 3.5 years as chairman of the House Oversight Committee is sometimes government agencies don't do a good job of sharing information on situations like this. So we've asked all those agencies, the Department of Energy, NASA, the Department of War, to all share information with us so that we can see if we can put it together and find any missing links to try to solve what's going on here, because it's very unlikely that this is a coincidence. So Congress is very concerned about this. Our committee is making this one of our priorities now because we view this as a national security threat. Well, it does appear that there's a high possibility that something sinister is taking place here. This has been going on, obviously, for the last 3 years. So what
Brother. They don't tell you this stuff unless they got a motive.
David Wilcock? Bro was live 3 days ago?
Anyway, a lot of people co-author. I did not know
Yo,
that he
yo,
passed
yo, 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 yo. Who else here after learning what happened? He didn't do it. David literally said on the video multiple times that he's not
mentally unwell.
3 days ago, he did a live stream. All right. So this is the last video of David Wilcock, right? This guy went live 3 days ago and is now dead today. Rule this
Unaliving.
Okay. And they're saying that he literally says in this video that he would not commit.
Unalive himself.
Hey, son, you better come in here. Don't you wear that robe in here, boy.
Why is he doing
You
that with
get
the fake
hell out
cigarette?
of here. You think you're Jesus Christ. I'm not going to stand for it because I am.
Yeah, this guy. No, he was found dead and ruled a suit.
Unaliving.
Like,
You remember what a clown world? You can't say like words. I saw a post earlier where a lot of these people had an appearance on Ancient Aliens, like 5 or 6 of them, the people that just came up missing. So pretty crazy. Let's do this. This is obviously going somewhere, right? And let's say this, right? They gotta work on their search. It needs to like be smart search. You know what I mean? The FBI is investigating the deaths and disappearances. Let's watch this clown.
At the Department of Energy and the White House and the President, the FBI is going to be spearheading the effort collectively with our partners at the Department of Energy and the Department of War. These missing and killed scientists and former professional members of the Department of Energy vary in wide range. And we're working most importantly with our state and local partners who have the jurisdiction on each of these cases, whether they be a homicide or a missing persons case. They have the evidence. So what we're going to do is collectively pull it all into one place. We started this process last week. And then we're going to look for connections, like you said, on whether there are connections to classified access to classified information and or foreign actors. And then we will produce that information to the White House and the world because it's of such great public importance. And if there's any connections that lead to nefarious conduct or conspiracy, this FBI will make the appropriate arrest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not when it comes to Epstein, though. Not when it comes to people raping little kids. You're not going to make any appropriate arrests there, huh?
With something. It began, as so many of these stories often do, with something deceptively simple. A man left his house and has yet to return.
Search continues for a
Dramatic
missing
enough.
retired Air Force general who disappeared from an Albuquerque neighborhood last week. Now we've learned federal investigators are helping in that search.
William Neal McCaslin was last seen near.
I fixed the donation portal on What's It Gets It. I'm pretty sure I just fixed it.
His Foothills area home on Friday near Tramway and Academy.
whatsitgetsit.com.
Today, volunteers along with investigators from BCSO and the FBI were canvassing the neighborhood.
We walked right by there Friday morning. Would have been around 11 o'clock and nothing out of the ordinary in the area. So it's strange.
The deeper one looks into the disappearance of Major General William Neal McCaslin, the more that simplicity collapses into something layered, interconnected, and deeply unsettling. What first appeared to be a missing persons case begins to unravel into a network of people.
By the way, so that you guys know what's going on with the Kick subs thing, eventually I'm going to have a section of Kick that's going to have like sub-only content there. And if you're a member on the site, you'll always get everything. If you're a member on the site, you always get everything. Subbing on Kick really helps me out. And so does watching on Kick. But so we'll have sub-only, and then we'll also do a stream that's just on Kick. And it'll be part of the time, it'll be sub-only chat. So we'll have like sub-only content, sub-only chats on Kick. And there's a few other perks that Kick does for subscribers. So I'm giving, everybody a few days if they want to pop in there before anything's hidden behind the subs.
Programs and
a lot of people have gifted some subs. So some people got hooked up. So shout out to them. AC Baker, go to Keck, PhD's nuts.
Places operating at the very edge of what we're told exists, where advanced aerospace research, national security, and decades of UFO speculation all quietly overlap. At the center of it all sits Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, a place long associated with both groundbreaking science and some of the most persistent and controversial secrets in American history. And as we'll soon see, William Neal McCaslin wasn't the only one who vanished and had connections to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was just the latest. This is the missing general, the scientists, and the Wright-Patterson web.
Could that guy be more dramatic?
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always homes, and they would establish a dedicated evidence upload portal, signaling a level of investigative sophistication rarely seen in such cases. At the same time, no wireless emergency alert was issued to nearby mobile devices, a tool typically used to mobilize civilians during search efforts. The public was told that the search was ongoing, but not fully enlisted in it. It created a subtle but important distinction. This was a search that people were allowed to know about.
Sacred Garden is sub for a month. I forgot we had a kick bot. W sub.
But were not to necessarily participate in. That distinction becomes more meaningful when placed against McCaslin's background. Because he wasn't simply a retired general who had just wandered off into the mountains. He was a man who had once overseen the most sensitive programs in the Department of Defense. At Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, McCaslin commanded the Air Force Research Laboratory, the institution responsible for billions of dollars in advanced aerospace research, including propulsion systems, materials science, directed energy, and space-based technologies. Before that, he served as an executive secretary for the Special Access Program Oversight Committee, placing him at the center of the government's most tightly controlled and compartmentalized programs. Wright-Patterson has long occupied a unique place in both official and unofficial narratives. It is where some of the most advanced technologies in the world are developed. And it's also the site most frequently associated with claims of recovered UFO material dating back to Roswell.
Did a UFO really crash in the middle of the night? And if it wasn't a UFO, what was it? And is the government covering up the story of the century? Well, one thing is for sure. There are an awful lot of unanswered questions. And tonight, we're going to try and sort out facts from fiction concerning an alleged alien encounter out in the New Mexico desert. And also,
Kick chat is better.
so its connection to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Well, the Air Force agreed for the first time to talk about it. Had there been in an exclusive one-on-one interview with the man who heads this sprawling complex known as the Air Force Foreign Aerospace Science and Technology Center, we got some surprising answers. If we're to believe that Roswell was nothing more than a weather balloon crash, why would it have been brought here in the first place?
It was easily identified as a weather balloon. Probably it wouldn't have been. If it were a foreign weather balloon, it may have been.
Brother, you gotta be kidding me. There's a thread. Here we go. Okay, 34. We got murdered 8, suspicious contested 9, missing 4, suicide 3, accident 4, natural causes 2%. Okay. Some of these are probably reaches because that's the highest number I've seen here. Yeah, like why are we going through? Oh yeah, because like around 9/11 there were microbiologist deaths. Pretty crazy, pretty crazy. Monica Reza, Carl Grillemar, Nuno. Why do they all have crazy names? And then there's Jason Thomas. Okay, so the poster is trash.
Ties to America's space and nuclear secrets who have mysteriously died or disappeared grows to 11. As fears rise that the disturbing cases have an insidious connection, President Trump recently revealed his team is looking into the matter.
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left a meeting on that subject.
Is it all murder? No. There's a couple of them that just came up missing, right? Like one of them was a lady that goes out to hike. She leaves both of her phones. So she goes out to hike. She's seen by some of her friends. And then the next time they turn around, she's just gone. No one knows where she's at. Still to this day. She left both of her phones at the house and they were both factory reset. Another one of the guys that just came up missing that we just now watched, he just came up missing. Phone was factory reset. Another guy, right? And let's see if I can like actually search this, even though X sucks. Let's put bro. This guy right here. What's his name? Joshua LeBlanc. So let's just type his name in. LeBlanc.
In Huntsville at NASA as an electric.
Huntsville, Alabama. We covered that yesterday. It's like the place that no one knows about. It's in the top like 3 of first places that would get struck in the United States. It's like New York, LA, Huntsville.
Engineer. His family reported him missing earlier this week. His car was found Tuesday afternoon, 2 hours away from his home with no signs of him anywhere. Joshua LeBlanc was well known in New Iberia, where he graduated from Catholic High and later attended and graduated from UL Lafayette. His family tells me he last communicated with them at 4:32 a.m. Tuesday. They also told me he never showed up for a job that he loved that morning as well. What we do know about his disappearance is this. Alabama authorities did track his blue Tesla Model 3. According to the Tesla car data, it stopped for 4 hours at the Huntsville International Airport, which is about 12 minutes from his apartment. The data shows his car left the airport, traveled west on Alabama back roads before crashing in Florence, Alabama. Tuesday, 2 p.m., the car was discovered and a body inside, but the body was found burned beyond recognition, according to family members. But the case has only raised more questions. LeBlanc's phone, his personal belongings, and even his dog were all left behind in his Huntsville apartment. Family members say the detour and disappearance don't match anything Joshua had planned for that day, and now they believe he may have been abducted from his home.
Just weird, bro. Like, the Tesla just burns up. I mean, bro. Have you guys ever seen iRobot? I mean, pretty crazy. Teslas are pretty crazy.
Group is the one that's doing the killing. In my mind, I've been tracking them for years, as you've stated. And the thing is, here's what we're looking at with XProtect. Their goal is to keep the secrecy in place, that wall of secrecy, as long as possible, because you're dealing with exotic technology. This is the kind of thing that could
See, I don't agree with this take. I think it's the CIA.
Completely plummet star markets, stock.
Because it's part of a way bigger operation they're laying the foundation for. You know how naive of a take it would be to think that Obama just slipped up and said it, just a coincidence. Trump's then just organically like, he's not supposed to do that, but I'll release everything. And then they start talking about UFOs. And they're like, wait, did Obama say aliens are real? Now everyone's talking about it. This is after the last like 3-4 years. They start ushering into the mainstream this official acknowledgement that there are UFOs that violate our understanding of material science, that there are many pilot witnesses in Congress that testify to seeing it. They're just normalizing it, right? If you had just came out 3 or 4 years ago and they had said UFOs are real, aliens are real, people would be like, this is so insane. They like, but if you condition people over the course of years and they give you really grainy, terrible footage of like UFOs, and you have pilots and military pilots, Air Force pilots saying that they've seen them multiple times, and you just start to work your way up to it, right? Then you have Trump say release everything, and then they start to slowly do these probes and investigations, and then on top of that you have all these scientists start disappearing. It's like such a clearly crafted way. How can they get everyone to pay attention and still believe it? Right, if you have the objective of eventually utilizing this idea of aliens to try to manipulate the public, to pull off some type of false flag or psychological operation, how would you ensure that they believe it? You would just slowly turn the water up, right? So no one jumps out and is like, okay, this is too suspicious. That's what they're doing. And then they're just making sure everyone's looking. So now all over all the mainstream news, all over X. So you have like the normies watching mainstream news. You have me sitting here talking about it. And I know that the CIA runs the news because these people, as far as we can tell, really are missing, really did come up dead or randomly committed suicide 2 days after they said they would never commit suicide, and then called the police for help because they were scared and in danger, and then suddenly decided to kill themselves before the police got there. That seems to check out. So they throw David Wilcox in the mix. It's like, oh, ancient aliens, they are clearly, bro, pushing you in the direction of thinking there's something really big here that they're hiding, right? There's aliens, there's UFOs, they're coming out and starting to talk about it. And then these scientists that are in those fields are getting taken out because they know that they're going to come out. They know things that they're not supposed to know. And it's pumped all over the place, right? So that you start talking about it. The government then comes out like it's in 2026. Everyone thinks like, oh, we finally got free speech back, which I would say X is obviously like an intel operation, but it is better to have free speech than not have it at all. But now they know exactly what everyone's thinking. They know exactly what everyone's skeptical of. They know exactly what psyops didn't work. And then they just actively respond. The president actively responds. Since there's so much interest, he's referencing X. Since there's so much interest in these missing scientists, I guess we're going to do an investigation, right? And so they've already run the algorithm on all of this, especially with AI that's publicly commercially available now. Imagine what they have. They're running the analytics and logistics of everything. They know what people's response are going to be. They predict the response, they guide the response, then they react to the response. And they're just pretending to be like the administration of truth that appeases the people and what they want. And it's got this conspiratorial undertone. So it starts to make these, like, what most people would dismiss as crazy conspiracies more and more believable, more realistic. And they're not actually crazy conspiracies typically, right? Although ironically, some of them are, because they're just completely fabricated by the government. But you get my point. This is the first time. People don't even realize how insane what we're watching is. This has never happened. Since, you know, like, one thing that happens, like something happens every day now that would be a story for a full year, like a decade ago. We're just like, bro, like it's like that meme where the stick figure has the stick and he's like poking the Illuminati triangle, like, okay, do the alien invasion now. Like it's like literally where we're at.
Marcus, and literally take us into an entirely different paradigm. There's no way that the public at large would be allowed to have access to any of this. We're still talking about taking Iran's oil. Well, that's way, how dinosaur and backward is that? They have technology that completely throw that out the window, and this is the nature of the problem.
And Trump orders a real investigation, so he sends out investigators, and all the key people die. It's pretty obvious.
There's no question about it. And I will say that, Trump going on the record right there in February and saying we're going to release all of these records pertaining to the UFO file was gigantic. It was huge, and we saw it was, interfered with by Obama. So we know that something strange was going on the inside. And then in the background there, you had a number of people who were silently being moved off the stage and eliminated. And, it's interesting with the disappearance.
Do you remember over here predicting we'd see a bunch of killings? How'd you do that? How'd you know that?
I literally was looking at the pattern, and I put it on the record because I saw the missing scientist was already a pattern that was happening.
And you're not normally dramatic. You're like on the show saying, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of killing of scientists.
No question about it. And I tried.
No, I don't know if I trust this guy now. I don't know if it's like all the product or if it's the fact he said scientists were going to come up missing before they did. Kind of sus. All fake and gay.
Self. Hey, Jeremy.
Alex Jones was on 2x speed. I love it, bro. I can't listen to stuff at 1x. I just
Were
can't
they
do it.
investigating
I try to meet you guys halfway at 1.5.
UFOs 35 years ago? What are these anomalous aerial phenomenon they were looking into?
Yeah, so they would call them atmospheric.
Help us reach the goal on Kick Subs. And if you want to support a brother with a super chat, wittickets.com/donate. I'll read them all off at the end of the stream.
Anomalies when they were keeping it hush hush. We didn't have the cool term UAP to try to allow people to investigate this. Absolutely, in this film, what you see, this kid Michael Lazowski, he started filming my daily life. He saw what was happening when George Knapp and I were trying to get out the news about UAP. We're just trying to report the news. So this is a common average day for me. I'm a clearinghouse for sensitive UAP material. These documents came in. It was from the head of cybersecurity at Los.
Oh, look, it's the Alex Jew that talks about what the top Jews do without saying they're Jews.
Alamos National Laboratory, and it is absolute proof that the U.S. had maintained a secret, decades-long program to uncover the intent and origin of those piloting UAPs. This designates a classified meeting. Who's going to be involved? From the CIA to NSA, you can see it right there.
But what exactly were they looking into? And does anything in these documents confirm what, for example, David Grush has been telling us now for a couple of years, which is that there was a secret program actually studying the remains of alien spacecraft or alien beings themselves?
Right. So you don't get the whole enchilada in these documents, but what you do get is clear evidence that at Los Alamos National Laboratory, at a classified level, they were investigating UFOs, UAP, the origins of them. Look,
Yeah, no doubt, dude. What the hell? That was your big bombshell?
Funding when she was at Pratt & Whitney. And I don't know if it was multiple projects, one project, but, that's a government contract. And
Pratt & Whitney?
Yeah. So basically, she was a rocket scientist, excuse me. And she, it's her trademark is available. She co-patented these burn-resistant just metal alloys. So she is very smart and she knows a lot. General McCaslin, talk about he is more credentialed than pretty much anyone on the planet. I want
It
to
almost
say.
made no sense. Like going through his resume, I was like, holy shit.
Insane. And so, you know, you hear more about McCaslin. You hear through his wife, he was experiencing some mental fog, some brain fog, but nothing crazy. He was still with it. That's one of the reasons he wanted to retire. And maybe he was a little frustrated by that, but he had a lot going on. He was consulting, you know, and he was an avid hiker. And I actually heard from some local sources as well that he would always hike in an Apple Watch or wear the Apple Watch. And the day he went missing, they're not really talking about this, but he wasn't wearing his Apple Watch. And that's interesting to me that the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office wouldn't kind of put that out there. That, you know, don't you think like that's kind of important? They're just saying, oh, his cell phone wasn't with him. You know, he didn't wear his glasses. They're leaving out certain pieces of information, but they don't owe us anything, right? I think we have to keep that in mind. Law enforcement, unless we're in imminent danger, they're only going to tell us the basics. And this,
do you think that is some level of incompetence, or do you think that there could be something more sinister there, like they're being told this little sheriff's office, this is way above your pay grade?
I don't think that.
Brother, if you're trying to investigate something, say that someone murders somebody, you can't just come out and show all your cards. It helps the people possibly get away with it. Or if you're going to prosecute them, helps their defense prepare for it. The reason that you keep your cards close to your chest when you're prosecuting someone is the defense is forced to then make an argument and make a claim about what supposedly shows that their client's innocent, or they have to claim what really happened or their story. Then you just drop the evidence that proves that they're lying, thus immediately eliminating their credibility and catching them red-handed in the lie. I mean, come on, bro.
That I don't think that the FBI, who joined the investigation early on before the White House got involved, by the way, for General McCaslin, I don't think that they're going to tell Bernalillo County anything. And I saw a video clip from another journalist. He's great. He's a Nerdy Addict. He is in the area.
Like, we just got to be able to use critical thinking here, man. Okay? Like, yeah, you're right. But say the FBI finds out that the CIA is involved in something, or that Israel's involved in something, like, they're not going to come out and say that, right? Like, these intel agencies are actively keeping tabs on the public sentiment and helping control and guide it. And even if you just still man their cover story, like, they have plenty of plausible deniability, plenty of reasonable, you know, explanations. Well, we're just trying to make sure you're safe. Well, you know, this would actually undermine the integrity of our investigation. This would actually blah, 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 bro. Like, people need to change the way that they view these things. It is important to vocalize and say things. I'm totally not one of those like doomers. I'm not like we have no power. We do have power. And this is why they have to brainwash you. If you didn't have power, they wouldn't care. But at the same time, you got to kind of take a step back and realize, when I just accept that what's on the mainstream news is the CIA telling me something, and the CIA is always trying to manipulate me so they can get us to do something else, then you start to see things from a different pattern. You look at independent journalists, independent evidence, and then you compare that against what the CIA is trying to convince you of, and then you start to get a bigger picture of what's really going on.
And he basically asked a cop, I mean, he was in a squad car, what he thought. And I thought the cop's answer was really irresponsible. He basically was just like, well, it's kind of fun to think of your theories type of thing. It was just strange. I was like, you're a cop. You can't talk like that. And he said, and I called the sheriff's office yesterday, actually. And I was like, do you guys have an update? You have not put out an update since March. I specifically want to know about the Air Force sweatshirt that was found.
Yo, what the crap? Why did AI delete that comment? This one. Click the clog wheel and go to badges. Only the first 20 or some subs get the founder's badge on a channel. Why would AI delete that? What's up with that? I try to shut down the moderation so it wasn't so gay. And you can do so much. You can just disable all kinds of things. But when it comes to like the moderation of the chat and for hate speech, you can only go to minimum. You can't turn it off. What a joke.
Mile and a half east from General McCaslin's home or his neighborhood. You know, they said there was no blood on it. His family and friends couldn't identify if it was his or not. Do we know anything about that? And he just said, we don't know anything. I kept pressing. They wouldn't tell me much of anything. So at this point, General McCaslin and Monica Reza, their disappearances are the strangest to me.
Yeah.
The absolute strangest, because they vanished into thin air. And it's very important, by the way, when you're investigating these cases to go to those locations. I have not done that. So
Are you going to do that?
We will see. I would like to. So I've been looking, the Mount Waterman area where Monica Reza disappeared.
Can we pull that up on a map, Keith?
And by the way, where she disappeared, I mean, it is hundreds of thousands of acres, but we know her last coordinates. We know where her hat was last found. And I've spoken to sources that knew her who have searched month after month after month. I mean, they've been searching since June. Nothing. I don't get it. And Neil McCaslin, that area also very isolated. If you're
What don't you get, bro? What don't you get? Like, if someone kidnaps her, she's nowhere close to there. Do you know how many different ways you can like dispose of a body?
familiar with the area, it's very easy. I have learned to just sort of slip away into nothingness. And it appears that's what he's done. I
But
mean,
it's the leaving, as you said, it's the leaving stuff behind. Like we now know he took one gun, but no Apple Watch, no phone, no nothing.
But if you were actually trying to get away, you wouldn't bring any of that stuff. You could be tracked, right?
right. And with the gun, all we know is that it was missing. No one's actually seen him with the gun. There is a still image of Steven Garcia from the KCNSC, also in New Mexico, not a scientist, a nuclear official. He is seen walking away with a gun. There is a gun in his hand. With Neil McCaslin, again, on the initial 911 call, his wife was asked if there were any weapons missing. And she's like, I can't really tell just from looking, in the safe. But then after the fact, officials said, there was a .38 revolver missing. She also said he specifically changed his clothes before he left.
How did she know? Like, how did she describe it?
Well, she basically said, so she was going to a doctor's appointment in the morning. And so she saw him like deliberately change his clothes before she left. And then a repairman came, apparently spoke to him. I mean, from what we know, everything was fine, but I would like to find this repairman if you're listening.
Someone says, who falls for this gay stuff? Like, bro, you think that people don't actually come up missing, brother? Now who falls for this gay stuff right here? Let's see where we're really going.
To be the Greys appear to be engineering a human alien hybrid species that is indistinguishable from us, but is not us. A species that, for all intents and purposes, looks just like us, but they retain the telepathic capabilities of the Greys. They can control us, in other words.
Bro.
And one of the most...
Why are you saying stuff like stuff as a fact, bro? I was going to laugh at that. I don't think I can even listen to it.
It was amazing. I will say this. It was absolutely amazing.
Driving in the dark in Spanish Fork, Herb Patterson saw a light in the sky. This video is from Tooele, but captures the same moment.
The whole sky and all the roads and everything around me lit up for like a fraction of a second, and then it was gone. And I thought, did I really see that?
Dozens reported it too, but it's not an official meteor yet, and experts aren't sure if any of it hit the ground.
And so if it landed in an area that has a lot of rocks, say in one of the canyons of Utah, well, it's going to be very difficult to find that.
It was amazing. I will say this. It was absolutely amazing.
Driving in the dark in Spanish Fork, Herb Patterson saw a light in the sky. This video is from Tooele, but captures...
Pretty crazy, dude. Bruh, the people are primed and ready. This is a trip right here. Remember that one time when a U.S. Army Green Beret blew himself up in front of Trump Tower in a Tesla? He warned us about anti-gravitational propulsional systems and how it would start World War III. Most of the deceased missing scientists worked on anti-gravity propulsion. That's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. And then I'm going to grab this right here.
So if you guys start...
Take this opportunity real quick to show you guys witsitgetsit.com. So you'll know when I'm live. You can come over here to the live. It'll always be showing you Kick because that's the place that you're guaranteed to always be. You can go over here. You can super chat. you have different platforms where you can send a message, etc. here, and this will be read off live. You can become a member. So if I'm going to come over here and say sign out, members, become a member, right? And then you can become a member right here. You can connect your Patreon if you're already a Patreon, connect your Ko-fi, and you can connect your Discourse where we'll have watch parties. We may start watching the 3 Body Problem because I hear it's really, really crazy. A lot of people have suggested I watch it. But just so you know, we're going to start posting polls tomorrow because I built this whole thing. So I'm like working on it. There's so many different things I built in here, and I have like a portal that I'm able to monitor everything. So there's so like, for example, the about like AI just wrote this, right? I haven't taken the time to update some of it. But you can come over here. You can't see it now, right? But messages. So like if I do this real fast, if I sign back in. This is going to end up being awesome. And you can also, like on your iPhone, right, you can go to share and then go down to more. And then when you're on the website and then go to add to homepage, and it just becomes like a little app on your phone. So you just click on it, pulls you right up in there. And I'm like going to make this website end up like being awesome. So like any feedback on, you know, things that you would like to see, whatever, just let me know. So yeah, not to go too long here, but I actually think this is going to be dope because I've always had issues with I'll get censored, whatever. So, you know, I think that will be good here. We'll see. So the calendar will show all of the content that's coming up. So it'll show the live streams, and we'll vote on, like, if you're a member, I'll drop a poll early in the day and I'll say, okay, here are some of the topics I'm thinking about covering. Vote. Here's a couple of the thumbnails I'm thinking about working. You guys want to vote on your favorite one. So the people that are members will just get to be like actively involved. Here's a couple of debates that I have lined up, or I'm talking about which ones would you want to see the most, stuff like that. There'll be polls where people get to pick everything that's going on. That'll be in the member section, right? And there will be polls going on here. And so I'll start making posts and everyone will be able to see them, be able to interact with them, respond to them. And then you also get to message me directly if you're a member, or anyone else that is a member. And then you'll be added to a group chat. So testing, let's go. I'm trying to add all kinds of features here. So like a red feature, emoji, reply to specific messages. It's just kind of like a whole thing, right? So if you're water, you get water. If you're earth, you get earth, fire, and water, right? So anyway, pretty cool. That's all I'll show you for now. The point is, like, this is going to end up being super dope, and you'll always be able to find out when I'm live by getting notifications through there, and you'll always be able to find out what's coming up. So pretty cool, man. The issue we had, right, was because there's like Patreon and Ko-fi, and so finally figured out how to just get everybody on the same page and it took a minute to do this, man. I'm not gonna lie, because you have like all kinds of back-end oath authorizations and like different tokens and all this stuff, right? But you can just easily link your membership, whether it's Patreon or Ko-fi, and then you'll get set up with a profile, and then you just get to pick, you know, all your stuff about your profile, and then bang. So pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Eventually what we'll do is we'll have like an entire database of all of my videos. You'll be able to use like AI to search the videos. We're just going to keep building this out to have all kinds of things. So pretty cool. We'll also probably end up having access to a private Telegram as well, because obviously Telegram's been working on channels and chats way longer than like little old me building a website for a few days. All right, cool. And if you want to support the channel, this is the preferred method because it's only the Stripe processing fee as opposed to the other platforms. Okay, can we go back?
Thought the missing and or deceased scientist fiasco was over. Well, it's not. It's happening again. This is 29-year-old Joshua LeBlanc, who just last summer died in a car crash when his Tesla went off the road and burst into flames. And yes, you guessed it, he was a NASA nuclear engineer and scientist. Now, this all went down in Huntsville, Alabama, aka Rocket City, which is the same place that this anti-gravity researcher, Amy Eskridge, was based, who was also on this list, and they said she unalived herself. Wait, hold up. a Tesla that burst into flames with somebody related to the government. I think I've seen this movie before. Remember that one time last year where that US Army Green Beret goes to the Trump Tower in Las Vegas in a Cybertruck and blows himself up? Well, this can't be related, right? Right? Actually, yeah, it is. The Cybertruck bomber Matthew Livelsberger's manifesto was actually disclosed on the Sean Ryan show. And I quote, "What we've been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered by aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast." China, huh?
Electrogravitic propulsion.
Well, this isn't just an American problem. This is also happening in China, where scientists are mysteriously dying as well. What? Now their list is up to 9 people who all have a background in military AI tech, hypersonics, space defense, and drones. Very interesting. Now get this, out of these cases, 3 are car accidents, 3 are illness related, and the others are unexplained incidences. It really makes you wonder, has national security been breached with the long list of scientists? And now this.
Incidents.
Andrew Hugg, who is the branch chief at the Nuclear and Chemical Surety in the U.S. Army, was just fired for disclosing classified information on a date. And I do find it pretty interesting that his background is nuclear and chemicals, like some of the scientists on the list, like Nuno Loureiro, who was a nuclear fusion scientist who was unalived during the Brown University incident. Now, this whole thing was...
TikTokers are so cringe. He's spitting, though. Yeah. This is why I never got on TikTok, and someone sent me links the other day, like, dude, you're viral. You have a lot of viral videos on TikTok. People reposting my stuff, going all the way back to like my tour when I was at Ripley's, believe it or not. I guess that's going viral right now. It's got like 35,000 likes. And so I probably will start posting clips. By the way, you can also like sign up to be a clipper for my channel through Kick. Dude, they didn't fast track me. It's so annoying. So that's why I'm really trying to make them look goofy for not fast tracking me, and trying to push my audience over there so we can, get it popping on Kick. So I don't have to worry about ever being censored. There's not any ads, right? Because like, I think that it defaulted to monetization, maybe for this stream. I think I turned it off, but I had to go manually turn it off for the last stream. And then I saw a comment about, dude, these ads are killing me. Yeah, bro. I mean, I take the L and don't make any ad revenue just so you guys don't have to watch ads. Kick doesn't have any ads. It's free speech. So, it's pretty clearly the move. The issue is that I think they only store videos for a limited time, or you can like pay to have more, whatever. So we'll figure all that out as we go. But if I can just go debate the Holocaust, that's like the litmus test basically. And as far as I can tell, I won't be artificially suppressed. I don't really know though, because I've never been on a platform and not been suppressed, right? I jumped on X, and the reason I haven't been posting on there for so long is really I just took a break from everything, right? But for those that don't know, I jumped on X, and then I jumped on InfoWars, that appearance, and I popped up so quick to getting on X. I immediately jumped all the way up, like within a couple weeks, to like 25,000. And then boom, my channel just stopped. It hasn't moved since then. Like it just stops. And there are many accounts that they do this to. Same with YouTube, right? Like I've been stuck at like 40,000 for so long, it just doesn't move. And people can say like that's not natural, right? But even more than that, like if you look at my analytics on YouTube, like my viewer retention and duration is in like the top percentile of YouTube. So you guys know how it is. You just talk about certain topics that, the system doesn't want out there, and they're going to deprioritize you. But if I came on here and I started talking about looks maxing, or I would promote some type of degeneracy or gambling or whatever, then, we'd be good. We'd be good, right? So the way I feel about that is if there are content creators that are fighting that battle, I know from the inside it's very difficult. And dude, when I went to Antarctica, just so you guys know, after I got back from Antarctica, I was under like full-fledged attack from like all angles, bro. I've had my bank account wiped out 2 times this year. And that was from, it was like an in-person robbery in Texas, Austin, Texas, and they wiped out everything, dude. Everything. So I don't know if I ever talked about that, but like a few months ago, I got robbed in Austin, Texas, and they got my ID, they got the cash in my pocket and my phone. Okay. Somehow, I'm guessing it was with the ID, they were able to bypass my Face ID on my phone. So anyone that has an iPhone, you know, think about everything that you can get into with your Face ID. Literally everything, right? So they literally got in my Cash App, my PayPal, my Venmo. I don't think I have Venmo yet, but my Cash App, my PayPal, my Coinbase, my Wells Fargo, my Bank of America, the business account. They got into everything and they just wiped it all out. Like literally wiped it all out. All my money, just wiped it out. And, you know, I needed that money, bro. Like if you guys knew what all was going on this last year, it's insane. And I'll just tell you like one little bit of here, like I won't say too many specifics yet, but like I eventually will clarify some things. But dude, just like financial disaster has just like wrecked me. If anyone knows anything about these type of situations that I'm dealing with, you know, like they can be rough depending on how people handle it or whatever, right? How they carry themselves. And so then in the midst of that, to get my accounts and I mean literally, dude, they wiped out all of my accounts, like wiped them out. And they were sending Zelles to themselves or to my other accounts, and then out of there they wiped out the Coinbase, they wiped out, and I contacted everyone, right? Every bank. Cash App literally shut my account down. Like you can't even Cash App me anymore. They shut my account down for fraud, and I'm like, yo, I got robbed. And I tried to appeal it like 3 times, just nothing, man. Like, I guess it's somehow my fault I got robbed. So I get kicked off Cash App. They emptied the Cash App. Like they emptied the Coinbase. Coinbase is like, we can't do anything about that, right? Like we would only reimburse if somehow they bypassed our security. And then of course, if you go look at Apple, like if you look at their like the fine print in the contract that you sign when you buy the phone, basically, or just you agree to by buying the phone, it says if someone bypasses your passcode or Face ID, then that's on you, right? Like we're not liable for that. So I had no recourse to get the money back, dude. It was pretty devastating, man. Pretty devastating. Face ID works with a picture, bro. I know. Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? When I looked it up on YouTube, I ended up seeing people actually do it. You can look it up. I'll show you. It's so insane, dude. Because I always thought Face ID was like the more thorough one, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how else they would do it other than the
passcode. So you might come across a situation where you find yourself unable to use Face ID or passcode to unlock your iOS device. If that happens, Wondershare Dr. Phone offers.
Hacking FaceLock seems easy, right? I tried it, and it was a struggle. First, I unlocked the phone with my face to check. It was a perfect instant unlock. Then I took a photo with my other phone and tried to unlock the phone with that photo. The phone said, "What kind of statue is this?" I thought, let's try it with a video. Maybe it can unlock with movement. But no, the phone said, "Nice try. I'm not dumb." Then I thought, the screen is small. The computer shows a large...
You played Valorant, right?
Hacking FaceLock...
You played
This is so
Hacking
cringe,
FaceLock
dude.
seems easy.
You played Valorant, right? Something I didn't
Long
know
story
about.
short, dude, you can do it.
All right, so check.
AI can now bypass photo verification. As you can see, this is a face of a girl. Here is an ID in her hand. And you probably did this before.
Anyway, isn't that crazy, dude?
You played Valorant.
So yeah, I mean, they wiped out everything, dude. And then the banks tell me that they're going to look into it. And of course, they don't do anything, right? And
The missing.
then Zelle restricts my accounts. My Wells Fargo account ends up getting closed because I can't even like access the account, and they charge me like the monthly amounts. They end up closing it. Like it has been ridiculous. And dude, I've been debanked in the past. I've had all kinds of fraudulent charges hit my card. Like I've had 2 separate debit cards because I had opened 2 checking accounts at Bank of America. I had 2 separate debit cards get hit on the same day. The lady told me I've worked here for like 8 years. I've never seen this one time. It's pretty crazy, man. And like, I try not to be like super like paranoid about it, but the timing of some of it is like wild. And then I've even received messages of people like telling me that something's about to happen, and then it happens. I've obviously filed a police report, and the bank does as well, but nothing happened, right? We started kind of tracking this girl down. It's what it seems, because there's like a girl's name on Zelle, but then there's also guys' names. So where all the money went, it doesn't matter. Long story short, I won't keep talking about this, but the point is, like, bro, that was devastating, bro. Devastating. I'm talking all of my money, man. And then like, so then what I'm doing is like, I'm ripping out, I'm maxing cards, and then if you guys know anything about like legal expenses in terms of custody, bro, just insane. And of course, you guys know I've talked about a lot of controversial stuff online. So, that your typical company is not like super excited about hiring anyone with a position that's like public facing, right? With a lot of the things that I talk about, and I'm going to continue to talk about. So anyway, there's a bit of an update for you guys that don't know. I mean, the last year has been intense, to say the least. And then, that's just money. It's whatever. And then I was going above and beyond to take care of the girls. And yeah, I'm just going to keep taking the high road on saying things, but above and beyond, and then I was having to travel to see them. And so I was trying to see them as much as I possibly could. So it was like flights and Airbnbs and rentals, so expensive. And then I was obviously paying for this whole house. And the point is, dude, it was like crazy, right? It's just been a crazy year. And then on top of all of it, I'm not seeing my baby girls, man. I'm like barely seeing them, and I've barely seen them in the last few months. And it's like the most devastating thing I've ever experienced in my life, and, people be like, oh, what? So like, I'll suck it up and move on, and everyone makes all these assumptions about what went down or who left who or how, and all. It's like, no one knows what they're talking about at all. But it's like my daughters, man, like not seeing my daughters. And if you guys have seen my daughters, they're like the most precious, beautiful little girls ever. And Aaliyah is so smart. So is Aurora, right? But she's just way younger. But like Aaliyah was so far ahead of her age at like 2. And it was really hard for her. It was really hard for her to not be with her daddy anymore, And she used to wake up every morning and say, Daddy, I'm awake, I won't talk too much about this because I actually get emotional about it. But anyway, it's just been really, really hard, man. I don't wish that on my worst enemy, I really don't. And obviously there are men out there that like they abandon their children. They don't care. They're like, oh, awesome. Like the woman will take care of them. Like, I'm not like that at all. Like at all. Like I think that's the most important relationship that a child can have is their father. And yeah, man, it's been really hard. I've only seen the girls a couple times in like 5 months. Like, I'll just tell you, and all this started all the way back in like last January. So it's like, bro, I mean, I was seeing them way more often than that rate, but it was costing me a ton of money. And yeah, it was just rough, man. It's really rough. So, and I can't say too many specifics about everything, but there you go. I mean, there's more insight than I've given for a long time. And then I like had to step away. So I had to completely remove the source of income of like making content while all that was going on. Then I'm having to move, right, and pay all the money that goes with that. And then I get robbed. My bank accounts get wiped out. Not just my bank accounts, like everything gets wiped out. Everywhere that there is money, it's just gone. And I didn't get any of it back. None of them back. Like the bank said they were going to investigate. Like, what is there to investigate, man? Like, I was robbed. You can tell. Like, what? I don't. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who, are you kidding me? You think that I just randomly woke up one day and was like, I'm going to rip out all my money out of all my accounts and send them to all these different places. And they would hit the limit. So then they would like get it out of that account and then max out the limit. And it was just crazy, man. Why is this kick link not in his bio? Which bio? Kick.com/Witsit, bro. So anyway, there you go. You guys got the update.
And or deceased scientist fiasco was over? Well, it's not. It's happening again. Well, this can't be related, right? Actually, yeah, it is. The Cybertruck bomber Matthew Livelsberger's manifesto was actually disclosed on the Sean Ryan show. And I quote, "What we've been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered by aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast." China, huh? Well, this isn't just an American problem. This is also happening in China, where scientists are mysteriously dying as well. What? Now their list is up to 9 people who all have a background in military AI tech, hypersonics, space defense, and drones. Very interesting. Now get this, out of these cases, 3 are car accidents, 3 are illness related, and the others are unexplained incidences? It really makes you wonder, has national security been breached with the long list of scientists? And now this. Andrew Hugg, who is the branch chief at the Nuclear and Chemical Surety in the US Army, was just fired for disclosing classified information on a date. And I do find it pretty interesting that his background is nuclear and chemicals like some of the scientists on the list, like Nuno Loureiro, who was a nuclear fusion scientist who was unalive during the Brown University incident. Now, this whole thing was an undercover sting operation conducted by James O'Keefe. Then right after, he posts this, where he says, "The police just came to my office and confiscated all my firearms." He even posted this video where it shows his lawyer escorting law enforcement to show where the firearms were. What is going on? I'm going to keep my eye on this whole thing, so I'm doing a...
All right, we'll watch like one more video.
It's anomalous.
If you know anything about this girl, she's like talks about quantum physics and acts like she's the one that keeps it super real about what they don't really know or whatever. She's oftentimes a good hostile witness, but what do you know? I mean, huge presence on YouTube, right? And I'm sure she has a decent following on here. 200,000. What do you know? She's talking about UAPs. Why does she look like soulless?
Phenomena, UAP.
Is it just me, or is like the saying like the eyes are the windows of the soul is totally real? It's totally real. Like, like I can tell when people are like lying. I can tell when they're hiding stuff. I can tell when they have like lots of skeletons and secrets and stuff. And like, it's wild. I've seen like a lot of stuff. Anyway, and it's like people like they'll just be empty. Like you guys have heard of like the 1,000-yard stare. Like people are just like always like look like they're staring 1,000 yards off. It's about like PTSD from people that go to war. Yeah, it's just wild to watch that. And so kind of what's interesting about it is they say that the eyes are the window to the soul. And, you have like the shape of the eye, and then you have the pupil in the middle, right? That's like a little black hole. If you look at a magnetic field, right, you have the basically an oval. If you were to draw around like the donut shape of the magnetic field, right? The toroid and the hyperboloid, the inverse geometric expression of that. And then, or the conjugate would be the more appropriate word, the conjugate geometric expression of the hyperboloid and the toroid. Word salad. It's a donut in the inside of the donut. But anyway, you get like the oval, and then you have the pupil, and just like the center of the magnetic field is like just a black hole. If you ever looked at a Farrell cell image of it, and that would be effectively inertia, just like pure inertia, quote unquote, meaning like it's literally just at rest. It's the ether. It's the primary element not disturbed, because once the ether is disturbed, it manifests right in the physical world, whether that's static electricity, light, whatever. And I just find that fascinating, because what would the soul would obviously be metaphysical. It's not limited to the corporeal physical body. It would be in the ether in the metaphysical realm, right? Like your consciousness, your mind, your soul. And it would be like a portal to the ether, the window to the soul. Isn't that wild that our eyes are very similar? Shout out to Alex Zek. Actually, he when I went to the Way Forward podcast with Alex Zek, we had a pretty awesome conversation, both on and off camera. And then he called me a few minutes after, was like, dude, I just thought of something crazy because of what you said. And he brought that up. It's pretty crazy. But anyway, what does the pupils look like on MPD? Like that's what I'm saying. Like someone with MPD, they literally look like they have empty, dead eyes. Like they're like black and dead inside. Like it's just like, it's like, you know, the person isn't there, isn't accessible, right? It's just emptiness. It's like, yeah, I mean, some people call it dead eyes. I don't know if you never experienced it, right? But when someone with MPD goes into like a certain mode, like their physiology will change. And I would say it's like spiritual in nature, probably, right? But like their eyes just look like the 1,000-yard stare. They look like almost traumatized. Like that would be like if someone experienced extreme trauma and they just detach and disassociate and check out and they just like stare. Like anyway, it's totally a random rant there, but possessed, yeah, I mean, I think it is probably spiritual. All right, anyways, check it out.
These for short are the new UFOs, and a new sighting just dropped. In the past decade, we've seen more and more of those, well, anomalous.
Dude, this is like official quote unquote scientific mainstream science claim. That's pretty crazy. They are so clearly about to actually push us towards the entire like alien psyop. And then maybe I'll break down all the evidence of the 2027 like Project Bluebeam, right? Like I don't know what actually happens then, but it's like a lot of conditioning about like aliens in 2027, like a lot. And so this would be right on cue, right? You have like a full year to like really ramp up the conditioning of the acceptance of some type of disclosure, massive disclosure. And everyone's just, that's the word they use. They're just waiting to be spoon fed. Everyone's literally begging for disclosure. They're begging to be spoon fed the information about quote unquote aliens. And they're just going to believe it. They're just going to believe it.
Incidents. It's not that the incidents themselves are new, it's just that now we actually hear of them. Indeed, just a few months ago, I talked about a group of astrophysicists who found evidence for UAPs in old telescope images. This finding has now been confirmed by an independent analysis. Still, scientists are afraid that research like this will ruin their career, as a series of new interviews shows. Let's have a look. In the paper that we talked about in October, scientists analyzed old photographic plates. They found multiple incidents of transients that are objects which appear and then disappear in a short time. This means the objects must have moved fast and were nearby. Some of the objects appear in configurations like in a straight line. The researchers found more of those transients in photos taken in the Earth's shadow, which suggests that the objects reflect light. This light reflection requires reasonably even surfaces and isn't compatible with natural objects like maybe asteroids. Asteroids are many things, but well-polished isn't one of them. Most intriguing, the images all date to before the time that we had the first satellites in orbit. No one has any idea what these images show. The author of the new paper now did a similar analysis with a different set of photographic plates, and to make a long story short, he found the same thing. There are things, UAPs, appearing in the plates and then disappearing. He found 35 such cases. They appear to be quite close to Earth at a time when we didn't have satellites in orbit. The first reports from October were...
Keep talking about aliens and they will stay lost. Like, your suggestion is that we just sit back while they're clearly about to brainwash the world with the idea of aliens and don't cover it or say anything about it? You know, like there actually are entities. They're interdimensional beings, right? The nature of this realm was completely lied about, and they're going to use that fact that no one really knows at all how this realm works to deceive the world. And, you know, at some point there's a great deception. So I would say it's extremely important to cover what they're doing. I mean, yeah, we may know that aliens are fake and gay, you know, like these idea of like extraterrestrial entities that live in a different star system and they've been space and time, you know, they've been space and time and they have relativistic time travel. Oh, shut up. But in theory, if you were to actually be able to access like the etheric realm, so you weren't to be limited to the physical material components of like what I would say is like just a lower vibrational state of the ether, that would be the material world, then you could have instantaneous action at a distance, right? Because if you have like a pond, and then the pond is like a lake, right? The lake is the ether. And if I were to throw a rock in there, you're going to see a ripple, right? And then the ripples will go across the lake. If I said, hey, we timed it or whatever, and I'm like, hey, how long did it take the water to get to the other side? That would be a really stupid question, right? You could say, how long did it take the wave to get to the other side? But a wave is not a thing, right? Like, we use that word colloquially. It's not actually a thing, right? Like, I can wave my hand. I can't hand you a wave. It's a type of motion. So it's just the water moving. So if I asked you how long did it take the water to get to the other side, you would look at me like I was crazy. That's what you're asking when you ask about, like how long did it take light to get somewhere? But we quantify the rate in which we perceive the illumination of visible light or even non-visible light. There's a rate in which that excitement is registered, and we call that the speed of light. Technically, there is a speed as it is a rate of induction, but it isn't speed from travel like A to B, right? So anyway, that was like a long way of saying, right, within a proper understanding of some type of etheric framework, like, dude, there's not these like arbitrary material limits on, quote unquote speed or even like real speed. Or say, now that's like crazy because you would have to kind of get outside of the confinement. So I'm saying if there's like any type of entity that isn't limited to that confinement, meaning that they can just vibrate, they can just resonate at a much higher vibration, basically, which is what I think would happen when you transcend the material world, right? But so that's one part of it. But then say you have some material craft, if it can change its vibrational resonance, then in theory, it could just basically shift out of the material limit and then come back into the material limit. You know my point? It's not actually like, it's not like a train. It's not like a bullet going from point A to point B in the material world. It's possible in theory, right? If it could shift out of the material vibration and then pop back in. So basically just vibrate, like increase its frequency and then decrease it. And you could just be from one point to the other. It would be effectively teleportation because you could have instant action at distance. Why couldn't you? You go into the etheric state and then back. And that sounds crazy to us, but that's just because people haven't ever heard it or thought of it or been told that. What we've been told is way crazier than that, right? Like way crazier. Like that light is a particle and a wave at the same time, and that it somehow knows that you're about to view it, and so then it changes how it behaves. Like what they basically claim about the double slit, and then the quantum eraser version of the double slit. Just, it's absolutely insane. So anyway, there you go. That's kind of my take. And then obviously when you're in the material realm, like there's no reason for you to just fall. There's no reason for you to be super slow because you're just using electrogravitic propulsion. You're just using the electrical field around you. And then you're able to have what people would call anti-gravity. It would be very easy.
Published in 2 peer-reviewed papers, but the arXiv, the preprint server that's widely used in physics, refused to publish them. The new paper now did appear on the arXiv rather confusingly because this one hasn't been peer-reviewed. This makes me think the arXiv moderation is more disorganized than evil, but either way, it's unfortunate because it certainly discourages scientists from studying these phenomena, and I really want to know what they are. The problem is that the way things stand, there are few scientists who dare to study UAPs, which leaves the field over to, well, less scientifically minded people who then sit in the US Congress and talk about multidimensional beings. And there is evidence of puzzling unresolved cases, like this one, which is from 2013, when an unknown object flew across an airport in Puerto Rico and was captured by an infrared camera. The object then enters the ocean. A group of scientists looked at the footage and reported the object splits
Okay, I've had enough. But this is actually pretty interesting. Actually, I guess we'll finish it.
Into 2 parts shortly after entering the ocean and then briefly re-emerging. Frame-by-frame analysis ruled out the possibility of a reflection or of a second object emerging from the water.
You know what's so crazy? If you look into like, so again, you have the ancient claims of beings that came from the sky and they mated with women. They were giants. They were worshipped as gods. And that's where you get all the stories of these different gods, and they're actual, not allegorical or metaphorical. And so the idea of them re-emerging is pretty interesting, right? Well, then if you look at the scriptural take on all of that, you have the Watchers that are described in Enoch. They come back, they take the daughters of men, they impregnate them. Then there were giants on the earth in those days. And if you look at some of the texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says that the women would die during the birth. But anyway, that there would be giants, they'd be worshipped as gods. They would fight with each other. They would have fallibilities. They would have like like fleshly desires. And the scriptures say that when those giants would die, that's when you'd get demons, because they're disembodied spirits, because there's nowhere for them to go. They weren't supposed to exist. And that's why they're always trying to inhabit another body, because that's all they know. And they're constantly hungry, constantly thirsty, but can never satiate themselves. And they just aimlessly roam around, right, with nowhere to go. That's what demons are according to the scriptures. But the point is, they would have an understanding of like the entire historical timeline, right? So whenever they're like, oh, I'm talking to my granddad. No, you're not. You're just talking to some type of entity that was there when your granddad was, right? But anyway, so what's crazy is about this idea of them kind of coming back. And then you see all the phenomena of UFOs. There's so much of an overlap with the ocean, them going in the ocean, them coming out of the ocean, whatever. Like the scriptures say that because of these giants, right? Like he flooded the earth, and they say they were so tall, you had to have a lot of water. The water levels had to rise so high. I'm getting tired. Had to rise so high to kind of, actually drown them. There's like a long history of these entities and the water. And, it only says that beings on the land died. It specifically doesn't say beings in the water died, which would make sense, of course, because the method of taking them out was water. But anyway, so think about it. If the water level is just still a little bit higher than it was, then the realm just doesn't look the same way that it used to. Just imagine like a gigantic plain, topographical plain, and then you have like mountains, right? Well, then the water is just a little higher than it used to be, and now we just live at that sea level. If you were to go lower, I think you would see all of the ancient civilizations, like the super advanced ancient civilizations. That's why a lot of them have been found underwater, because the Great Flood is a real thing. And mainstream claims about the age of the earth and stuff like that, it's easily debunked with the Great Unconformity. It's shown something like a Great Flood actually happened undeniably. Okay, let's finish this.
So what was it? And then there are these videos released by the Pentagon. What are they? We could certainly need more scientists looking into this. The problem is that scientists who want to work on UAPs are afraid to damage their reputation.
Aquatic life fossils on top of mountains. Yep.
And there are no funding sources for this sort of research either. A sociologist just published a paper with interviews of 21 researchers, and the running thread is that they're just afraid to work on it. Several report that they waited until they had tenure, so a secure position, and one of them bluntly says, the stigma is still a real thing, especially in a world where science is already horribly underfunded. The thing is that if now you start being known as a cuckoo, you're going to stop getting funding. It's not that they're not interested, they just don't dare look at the matter. One of those scientists explains, so you have to understand a lot of people would not admit that they're interested in it just because they worry about their image. I mean, they're basically asking themselves, what do other people think and how would I be viewed? And that's the way that Neil deGrasse Tyson will respond to it. That's the way that Brian Keating will respond to it. That's the way many others will respond. And the problem with that approach is that you're trying to get as many likes as possible.
Exactly. And that's why a lot of them will pretend that they'll have a conversation with me until they see that I don't agree with their position. They'll see me having debates and that I actually am knowledgeable about some of these subjects, and then they'll suddenly back out. And they won't agree to have it if it's recorded or it's live. But when it's off the air, I have way different conversations with these people. And I'll just say it's definitely not like the trolls on the internet who claim I'm just retarded. So this isn't science. This is like some popularity contest of who can regurgitate the most recently accepted pseudoscientific nonsense and consensus the best, which is lame and fake and gay. Okay, cool. I can't believe it's 4 a.m. It is insanely late. I'm going to go to sleep. Definitely become a member at withthekidsit.com. Sign up for the notifications there. We'll have a member-only stream tomorrow or Sunday. We will also stream tomorrow night. I'm going to try to consistently stream almost every day. And then I'm going to slightly adjust the website. So like when I put new, I'm getting so tired right now. It's insane. When I put in like new events in the calendar, like it'll maybe even send out a notification there. I don't want to like overly blow people up with notifications, but I want them to know like, oh, he's going to be on a podcast, whatever, or some way that'll show you that there's something new that was added to the calendar when you come to the site. So you can go check it out. It'll show you the new additions because like I'm going to be on a podcast Sunday. You would see that. You could go watch it live and there'll be a link there for the show whenever it's set up or whatever. Cool. Trying to get a bunch of debates. I think hopefully the next one's going to be with Nick Mateo. The guy's kind of blown up defending Israel, and we're going to debate about if Israel's our greatest ally. And my position is obviously that they are not. So there you go. All right. Appreciate all the support. consider subbing on Kick because I tried to get a partnership fast tracked and I couldn't. So I have to have 30 hours with an average of 75 concurrent viewers. And then I have to have a certain amount of subs and a certain amount of like total views and all this stuff, right? So trying to get that as fast as possible so I can go ahead and get verified on Kick. Yeah, shout out to everybody that stuck around. Shout out to I think I've got all the super chats on YouTube. I think I checked the website as well. Oh, I didn't check Ko-fi, but I think it should show up on the website, but I'll check it anyway. No, I mean, we do have a first monthly. Oh, that was me testing it out. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know the ID, the age verification is kind of lame, but if I have to be the one to break it to you, I got you, man. Like the government already knows how old you are, and if you have a phone, they know everything about you and everything that you're saying, and just, you know, that is what it is. So, okay, much love with the respect. You're in my prayers. I'm sorry about the divide in your family. I know I did before tonight. Yeah, no worries, brother. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of worst case scenarios. But, you know, you got to just keep going, man. Cool. And I do have a Ko-fi goal set up. I might find a way to translate that to the site too, but I kind of explain things there. It's a really delicate situation. If anyone knows anything about situations like that and like custody and stuff, it's super expensive. It's just super delicate. It can get ugly and stuff. And so prayers for that situation, support greatly appreciated. And yeah, I'm not sure how everything's going to work out, but I'm just kind of, at this point, I really just have to have faith that some like miracles will happen basically, but cool. I don't want to talk about it anymore at the moment. So cool. Thanks for kicking it, man. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think? You know, people are always going to be lame throughout all history. The vast majority of people have just followed others or just tried to put other people down publicly to feel better about themselves. But typically it's just, you got to have some sympathy with people, even people that do you like super dirty. And it's like typically like childhood trauma that's unresolved and not integrated that they haven't faced. And they turn, you know, people have like lots of skeletons. They have a lot they're going through, and oftentimes they're kind of crying out by way of attacking you. So I have to remind myself that a lot, and that would be my advice to everyone else. And then I'll kind of explain what's gotten me, you know, where I kind of, you know, keep my head up is the idea that if the creator kind of puts you through certain tribulations, you could either like pout about it, or you can view it like, oh, it's an honor. Obviously, he thinks I'm strong enough. He knows I'm strong enough to handle this. And if you look through the scriptures, for example, you know, every major character that had to do something important, they went through like immense tribulation. That's like hard to read even. Sometimes you're like, dude, how is it fair to this person? It isn't that it's fair. It's just that it's a purpose. There's a purpose to it. So there's the little gem I would try to give you if you feel like you're going through it. All right. I love you guys. Shout out to everyone that's helping on Kick. Please sub to a brother and consider going to what'sitgetto.com. Okay. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow night. Member stream coming soon. Podcast Sunday. We'll stream tomorrow night as well. And Sunday, probably, you know, and then I'll set up a poll and we'll vote on what like show or movie we're going to watch. So if you have a Discord, link the Discord. You can technically sit in with our watch parties of the movies. Even if you're not on Discord, I'll make sure it streams through to the site. But I think we're going to do maybe the 3-Body Problem. I think it's a really long series though. So I don't know. We'll figure it all out. Okay. Cool. I'll catch up with you guys. Manana. Much love. Peace out.